I'd like to call this meeting of the Community and Health Services Committee to order. We have a full agenda for this committee and for the rest of the day. And I'd like to, at the very beginning, remind committee members that to ensure that we can hear everyone, we're going to try and stick by the one question and one follow-up, and then put you, if you're good boys and girls, on a waiting list, and you might get a second question. Try and remember that you're always an e-scribe and on the appropriate agenda item to be acknowledged as a speaker. Now I'll call on Will Short to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair.
Present.
Present.
Chair Redmond.
Present.
Chair Craig. Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Deutschman. Present. Chair Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic. Councillor Williams. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
As we begin this meeting, we are again reminded that Waterloo region is situated on the treaty land that is steeped in a rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We further acknowledge that this land is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. And we recognize the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, their contributions to our community, and we offer this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation. Are there any interests, or anyone declare an interest of pecuniary, declaration of pecuniary interest? None? We have no presentations. We have a number of presentations, both in person and online today. And I would just like to remind those that before we hear the delegations, that any questions are to be directed to the delegations, and that staff will be speaking about the matters later in the agenda. For the delegations, if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. And one last reminder for delegations: please don't take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to listen and reflect upon the options and the ideas shared with us from the community members. And our first delegation is Birgit Lindenberg. Welcome, Birgit.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Jim Erb and Regional Chair Karen Redmond. I'm sure you've both seen me before. I know a lot of you by your face, but I'm sorry I don't know your names. So today I'm here to speak about rats, diseases, homelessness, and housing, in particular subsidized housing. So these few things I'd like to touch base on. Rats, I have seen them running rampant at the two corners where there are tents at Victoria and Weber. And I've seen a few other areas downtown, such as 57 Queen Street North, where I lived before. They carry several diseases which are transferable to humans and animals and are often fatal. Some of these diseases are hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, leptospirosis, which dogs and cats should be vaccinated against, and lymphocytic choriomeningitis, LCM. Homelessness. Our world has far too many homeless people. Most homeless and poor people die an average of 10 to 15 years younger than affluent people. How can this continue? Homelessness, starvation, lack of proper medical care, lack of decent paying jobs, long food bank and community meal lineups, and sleeping/living on the streets. What a way to exist. Once a person becomes homeless, they very often are not able to rise up into a decent lifestyle. Decent including shelter, food, job, medical care, and feeling like a decent human being are necessary to a decent life. Housing, subsidized. There is never enough subsidized housing. Cities and towns can never get enough tax money. It makes sense for them to prefer to build expensive condos and large expensive houses, as well as huge market rent high-rises. Several types of housing should be seriously considered to help our poor, disabled, and homeless and seniors, and finally, our low-income earners. Let us live rather than exist. People living with several generations of their family in huge houses. Modular housing, trailer parks, shipping container housing, three-story low-rises in residential neighborhoods, huge encampments with tall high-rises and tall skinny homes could be built in a large area. Think Regent Park. And there's tiny homes. It's best to build subsidized housing near public transportation, food banks, soup kitchens, all medical facilities, dentists, etc. We need so much more subsidized housing than affluent people realize. The ever-increasing of everything we need to live and all other people entering our province/country is squashing our way of life. Perhaps we need to go back to living like 100 years ago, if that's possible with computers, right? Please watch. Perhaps we need to stop people from entering our country until we can fix up our own backyard. Please watch the original video for The Man in the Mirror song by my mentor, Michael Jackson, to see what poverty is. In conclusion, I beg everybody in the world to help each other with all necessities and keep an open mind and an open heart. Thank you.
Thanks, Birgit. I neglected to tell you that you had 5 minutes, and you did it in 4 minutes, so thank you.
Wow, I went too fast.
Yeah. Are there any questions from committee of Birgit? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chair Redmond had a question.
Thank
Hi.
you, Birgit. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you can stay to hear our plan to end chronic homelessness, because many of the elements you've identified are incorporated in that. So hopefully that'll give you some hope.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Our next delegation, I think some of them are online, some are in person. Jeff Wilmer, Laura Hamilton, Marion Thompson Howell, and Father Toby Collins. So there's Jeff online. Marion Thompson Howell is here. And Laura, and Father Toby, do you know if he's attending? You're not sure. He's online? Okay, as well. Okay. So Jeff, you're the spokesperson for the group. Why don't you begin? And the understanding, I think, of the group is that you've registered as one delegation and 5 minutes for all of you. You have it down to a fine point. Jeff.
Thank you, Chair Erb, and good morning. Good morning to committee. My name is Jeff Wilmer, and I'm part of the leadership group of A Better Tent City. And as you know, with us today is Laura Hamilton and Marion Thompson Howell, who are there in the council chambers, and Father Toby joining online. And all of us are volunteers with the leadership group of A Better Tent City. Better Tent City has been up and running now for 3.5 years. And we are a community of 50 residents who were previously homeless and are now living together as a community in tiny homes. Better Tent City was built primarily by community donations and volunteer labor. And it has been relying primarily on volunteers to operate, but we're realizing that's not sustainable. We have applied as a housing service provider under the program that the region set up recently, but we have been advised that we don't meet enough of the criteria. So I'm sure you don't want to see our project fail any more than we do, and we are determined to keep it going, but we do need your support. I'll pass it over to Laura, her presentation.
Thanks, Jeff. And thank you, Chair Erb and Chair Redmond, and everyone who's here today. This will take 3.5 minutes, so I will go quickly. We're committed to supporting our residents to live in community with dignity and with access to essential supports. Over the past 3.5 years, we've worked to continuously improve the quality of life at a better tent city, and we're here today to request the funding necessary to continue this initiative. A Better Tent City is a unique community-led effort to alleviate the traumatic experience of living rough in Waterloo region. COVID-19 was the catalyst to coalesce community resources outside of the publicly funded system to create a Better Tent City as a crisis response to unsafe living conditions for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness, living with mental illness, struggling with trauma and/or addictions that preclude their living independently or accessing emergency shelters. During the pandemic, Better Tent City transitioned from an illegal, unsanctioned encampment to a registered charity managing a sanctioned community. With support from residents, over 100 volunteers, community partners, private donations, the United Way, the Community Foundation, Kindred Credit Union, and the Food Bank, A Better Tent City continues to provide 3 daily meals and other essential life-stabilizing services now to close to 100 people every day. Our residents are seniors and elders, people living in poverty, people living with mental illness, persons with disabilities, people experiencing violence, Indigenous, racialized populations, Black, people identifying as Two-Spirit LGBTQ+, people who have long experienced unsheltered homelessness and who struggle with addiction disorders, acquired brain injuries, and other physical and mental health challenges. Many of our residents have been justice involved, and many have been in the system since they were young children. We've worked to build social inclusion, engagement, and skills development opportunities for residents by fostering positive relationships within the community and between community members and the volunteers who support life at a Better Tent City. We've accomplished this through community collaborative meals, maintenance, and construction projects. Other examples include Wednesday afternoon art and our community garden. Residents are actively engaged in daily activities to maintain the site and are responsible for managing the keys to the washrooms and showers, collecting and washing dishes, washing the floors, cleaning the washrooms, the kitchen, and the shared space, gathering and disposing of garbage, and shoveling snow in the winter. With support from the Community Foundation, we're presently working with a community company to research and develop an accessible social enterprise through which residents can build skills and earn nominal trauma-free income. Community engagement is central to life at a Better Tent City. We host monthly community meetings to discuss operational challenges and opportunities with residents. We also regularly conduct informal surveys with residents to identify issues, understand their needs, and seek input on next steps to strengthen the community. In response to the needs identified by residents and with the support from Kindred Credit Union, we've engaged community justice initiatives to support residents to build their communication and conflict resolution skills and to provide individual conflict coaching sessions. None of this would have been possible.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to remind you, you're down to your final minute, and you still
Okay,
have 2 speakers.
that little interruption doesn't count for my minute because I've only got a couple of paragraphs left. None of this would have been possible in our first 2 years. We've accomplished a great deal with extremely limited resources. Community building is a cumulative process with and as a result of our sustained efforts in this regard, we're now well equipped to level up by providing and engaging residents in on-site counseling and outreach services to connect them to community resources and to actively support them to further stabilize their lives in preparation for supportive permanent housing. We're requesting funding assistance from the region not only to support us to keep our doors open, but also to provide these enhanced services. We recognize that a vast majority of our residents and visitors have complex needs that without these additional supports will preclude them from being deemed suitable candidates for supportive or permanent housing. We're requesting funding for dedicated staff to provide assessments, counseling, service planning, and system navigation supports. We've become home for those for whom no other home has or could be provided, and we need your support to help our residents to reclaim their dignity, find hope, and begin to imagine a different future. Thank you.
Excuse me. Are there other presentations as well?
It's okay, our 5 is up.
Pardon?
Our 5 minutes is up.
Well,
It's fine.
but
answer questions.
I'll give you some extra time if you'd like to have that, and then Father Toby as well for another couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. I will not take much time, but I do want to say the success of A Better Tent City has been that we have been able to look after the people that Laura just described for almost 3 years. The problem with that is we've also made this problem invisible to the community. And so as a result, I just looked at the data yesterday. 1 year ago today, we had approximately 65 people who came around on a regular basis looking for support. As of Thursday of last week, we had 96, and that number grows daily. There are 96 people who are invisible to you, but if in fact we cannot continue, they will no longer be invisible.
Father Toby?
Thank you, Councillor Erb. I would just like to add that in helping to fund our staff, we will be better neighbors to those who are experiencing some of the difficulties that we experience with our residents and visitors. And yeah, it'll help us address their concerns. And also, our model seems to be one of the most cost-effective, as it took approximately $800,000 to build and create the entire site. Yeah, we're just looking for help to maintain it for 50 people and some visitors and guests that come by. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Oh, there is a list here. Sorry, looking at the... Councillor Craig.
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the, I guess, the delegations, you applied for a certain amount of money. How much was that, and why did you not meet the criteria?
We applied for $236,000, and we requested a debrief, but that was apparently staff were not able to meet with us until the end of the month, so we don't know what criteria we did not meet. But we did quite methodically go through the process to align our application, so we're curious to find out what we didn't meet as well.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm having trouble hearing.
Oh, sorry. We applied for...
Sorry.
Sorry.
I need that, yeah.
Or I could project. We applied for $236,000. We went through all of the documents and aligned our application, we thought, with all of the criteria and with the priorities for each of the initiatives referenced. We asked for a debrief, and we were told that we could not have that debrief until the end of the month, so we can't answer your question. Perhaps staff can.
Okay. If I may, just as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, you have approximately 50 residents on a continual basis, and you're also helping other people that come in. How many people, on average, a year move out of your encampment to supportive housing or to other housing?
It is not so much a number per year. We have had approximately 6 people who have, over the time that we've been here, who have moved out. We have been working, part of the difficulty is we don't have staff who can, on a continuous basis, help connect them. So we do that as volunteers, but we've had approximately 6 to date.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that is the request that we're asking for, to have staff to be able to connect people to resources. Right now, the person who coordinates meals on site also makes sure that when someone's having a baby, they get to the hospital, and that, they get into Marillac when they need to get into Marillac, and connects people to other housing. But it's done in addition to all of the other work that we have to feed people and keep the place going.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you very much for coming in, all the delegates. A Better Tent City really has made its mark. You talk about the number of people. Actually, Councillor Craig asked one of the questions I had, which is how many people have moved out to permanent housing. And what I've heard anecdotally is there is a sense of community in a Better Tent City that keeps people there and makes them feel like they're part of a cohesive group. Do outreach workers not come from other agencies and from the region to do those kind of connections? I think of the point in time count and the fact that by name lists do exist. Are those resources not present at a Better Tent City?
Yes, they are. In fact, Thursday afternoons, I spend most of Thursday on site. The reason is that we have both the region, Lutherwood, on site at that time, trying to connect with people. You can imagine with the population that we serve, however, they don't often know when it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and they're supposed to come in and find people. So I literally spend Thursday afternoon running around the site getting people out of their cabins, telling them they need to come in and connect. We've had situations where someone may be off-site, they might be in court, they missed that week. So we work really hard at doing that, and the services that we come in have been excellent in helping us. But the reality is we're volunteers who are running around doing that work.
And Mr. Chair, my second question would be exactly that. How many volunteers now support the programming at A Better Tent City?
I don't have an accurate count as of today, but on any given day, there are probably 6 to 8 volunteers engaged in doing work with A Better Tent City. And to Marion's point, people require trust relationships to move forward. So the folks that we've managed to get into addictions counseling, we get volunteers to drive them to rehab in Windsor because they need to be outside of this community and support them when they're there. And for the folks that get into rehab here, it's volunteers who support them to get into the programs and who support them while they're in rehab and take their calls in the middle of the night. It's all volunteers, and we really feel that we need dedicated staff to be able to do this work, to be able to develop those trust relationships with residents, to be able to move them forward for life stabilization. The other workers do their best, but they come in for one afternoon a week, or they support people as best they can, but the workload is just too much. We're not anybody's priority, to put it simply. And so we have volunteers picking up the slack, and as I said, staff who do other jobs, trying to make sure that people access the services, the really, truly essential services they need.
Thank you.
Councillor Salaman.
Thank you very much for coming in. I did want to clarify, and some of my colleagues kind of touched on it, but the model of A Better Tent City isn't necessarily to move people through to further housing. When I visited, that was kind of what I was told, at least by residents, that this was their community. I just want to better understand, are you trying to switch to now really focus more on moving people through the housing system?
There is a subset of people that don't want to be unsheltered or live homeless, and there's people who want opportunities to not live in an 8x10. They do feel like it's home. People who are moved into supportive housing do come back because their friends are there, but they're delighted to move on. So yes, it is a community. It's built on relationships, but there are a lot of people there who will say, I don't want to do this for the rest of my life, but they don't know how to get out. And to do that, there's a lot of steps involved, and it requires a fair amount of counseling to get people ready, and then to really honestly support them through each of those steps. And we've been able to do that for a few people, and it's the most wonderful thing in the world. But we know there's more people that want that, and that requires time, and it requires dedicated staff.
Thank you very
Can I
much.
add something, please? If I may. I just wanted to add that we first take in people that are extremely unstable, and first they need to be stable. So they need to understand that that's their home unconditionally. And then once that stability is reached, however long it takes, then they usually want something more. We try and provide that for them. There are others also who are reaching, I would say, end-of-life issues, and it becomes a form of hospice when nobody else will take them because of their needs and the demands they place on people, and sometimes the safety risk that they are to others. So we also take those people in which case this may be their last stop.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work that you do.
You're welcome.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, thank you for coming in, the four of you, and sharing this story. My question is for staff. Should I ask that now, or just is it just questions
No,
of the delegation?
we're dealing with the delegations now.
all right, I'll
Staff
save
will
it
be
for
later on. Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to both of you, as well as to Father Toby and Jeff, who are online for coming in. Number one, and number two, for really the great work that A Better Tent City's been doing since 2020, when it started. In terms of the challenges, I mean, the finances are one piece of it, obviously, and that's the piece that we're talking about today. but I'm wondering if you can touch on, some of the other challenges and or supports that this kind of community needs in order to be able to move to that next step. And, you've touched a little bit on it there, but I think there's probably some other thoughts that you might have.
Go ahead, let's start. How long do you have?
Yeah. It boils down to people, we call it radical love. I'll just put that out there. People need to feel that they have value, and when they come to us, they don't feel that way. And the difference it makes having relationships, regular relationships in the kitchen with volunteers outside, doing projects together, right? Trimming branches, building something, making a meal. They're part of the community and they feel they have value. And that really is the difference in our model. We're not just housing people, we're engaging them in the community. And as Father Toby said, not everybody's ready for that at the beginning, and it's beautiful to watch that emerge. And once people feel that they are worth it, then they can start thinking about their lives differently. And what we want to be able to do is work with that subset of people who now say, someone came up to me 2 days ago, and if we get these positions, we're going to have staff on in the evenings, and we need residents to be peer helpers for them. And they heard this, and they said, hey, I'm going into day rehab. I need to keep my brain busy at night. I need something to do. Can I be a peer helper? And that's the change that you see. People know that they belong, that they're part of the community, that they have a voice in how things happen there, and that they matter. And then what they really, truly need is good trust relationships, and to know someone has their back and someone's going to walk with them as they go through the next steps, which are really frightening. Rehab's terrifying. Moving out to another and to live independently can be really frightening, and so they have to feel supported, and that's where we need your help.
Can I also?
Yeah, of course.
If I can also add to that, there are, I'm going to call them little things, but they aren't. Teaching people who've been living rough, people who've been living in the bush, to come even to a community like ours. It is also helping them to understand responsibility to others. This is going to sound like an odd thing, but we have CCAN units with 2 showers and 2 washrooms, which are for the use of residents only. Residents are those people whose housing allowance comes to us. And we had a problem last winter. They were being taken over by people who were not residents. So we now have 4 jobs on site, and residents are given the job of what we call key holders. And so we have 4 people who work night shift, day shift, and if you would like to have a shower, you go to the key holder, and there's responsibility for getting you in, getting you out, whatever. And they know, they describe it, they work for me. I meet with them weekly. We have staff meetings weekly. They have to come to a staff meeting. They have a responsibility to hand that key over. For you and me, those sound like basics. But for people who haven't had the responsibility to do those kinds of things for a long time, it is the first step. It is the first step to helping them do those things. We have a resident who, many of you know, I'm on the board at St. Mary's Hospital. We had a resident who, they come to me all the time about the hospital, but came to me, had a concern about her experience in Emerge and wanted the hospital to know. So I asked her if she would like me to facilitate that. And God bless her. We talked about how to bring her concern forward, how it would be received, took her in. I have never been more proud of someone who took a step to speak to people who she saw as an authority to talk about an experience of someone who is otherwise homeless. Those are those little things that move people along the way.
If I may, Mr. Chair, my thank you for those perspectives, and I think they're important for us to hear them, because they're reality for members of our community, and the only way we're going to make progress and ensure that they have better outcomes in the long run is by addressing some of the things that you're pointing out. When you talked about the numbers that you're talking about in terms of the numbers of people who are coming in, even on an infrequent basis, and the pressures that's putting on you, and I know Jeff has talked to me about that. Is there a need from your perspective, for another better tent city? Or something like it?
Yes, as a stopgap measure, absolutely. There's a need for more housing from people. I don't think it's okay for people to live in 8 by 10 cabins. I don't think that's a solution. But yes, of course, we have nowhere to send people. When Herb's Road opened, we supported a lot of our residents to move there. We've supported our residents, visitors. Visitors. We've supported our visitors to move into House of Friendship. We support our visitors to get into One Roof. We are constantly trying, with the resources we have, to make sure that the people who come to a Better Tent City have a place to sleep, but there's all kinds that don't. And so, yes, absolutely, we need more options for people. But we'd really like you to fund us first.
No,
Thank you.
I hear you, and as you know, I've been supportive of that in the past, and I'll just repeat what I've said before. I think the work that all of you that are part of a Better Tent City is in many ways work of the angels, and just thank you on behalf of the community for all that you do.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Erb. There's a report we have which is 7.1.1, and I'm assuming you've received a copy of that report, which outlines, because it's a public document, which outlines the criteria that Council had set up with respect to the evaluation of proposals. And this came about from our budget process last year, where the concern was we didn't have a process in place, and come June this year, a process was established, and this comes under this fee-for-service request. And if I have any part of this incorrect, Mr. Sweeney, please correct me. And in there, you would have seen numerous applications from a variety of organizations in the community. And I note that your particular proposal comes under a section under Appendix A, which is entitled Proposals That Do Not Meet the Scoring Criteria. And then Appendix B of that report outlines the criteria to include. And under the section that includes you, there's Aqua, Cambridge Shelter Corporation, One Roof, Sanguin, and some others, YWKW, so a variety of proposals that are there. So my question to you, because I'll have a question for staff after, but my question to you is, well, first off, did you see the report to review? And then second, you would have seen the Appendix B, which outlined the proposal evaluations, but it references scoring criteria. So were you advised of what the scoring criteria would be when you were making this application? And that's what I wanted to find out.
Absolutely. It was in the package, but it said that you had to be consistent with, and then there was a 60 or 40-page document attached, right? And so we went through those documents and extracted what we felt to be the priorities of the criteria. But it wasn't as transparent as you have to check these boxes. It was you need to be consistent with this plan and this approach, and we have been. I truly believe we checked the boxes. Now, there were some criteria that I could not understand because it said, is it ongoing or one time? And I asked for clarification on that one. I said, well, which is the criteria you're looking for? Because we can position this funding as one time to prove that we can do this, and it really is helpful to seek other funding. If we've got a demonstration project that says, hey, we hired these people, we provided these services, and we moved X number of people into supportive housing. That would be great. We can do it as one time. And was told, well, one time is easier to fund, but ongoing funding, if it's ongoing, you need to call it ongoing. So we said it's ongoing. We could make it one time. I'm happy to apply to other foundations to continue this work. We're writing grants constantly to keep a Better Tent City open. It's exhausting. Everybody's writing grants right now. We're doing the best we can. But yeah, so it wasn't as transparent as it sounds, I don't think. And I don't think it was anyone's intention. But so yes, we did our best to, we demonstrate equity and inclusion. When we're providing people with services that they need. The very description of the activities that these folks would be doing is listed as eligible activities in terms of system navigation, assessment, and planning with unsheltered folks or people who need life stabilization services. So that was all taken out of those documents.
Okay, so as a follow-up, Chair Erb, as you know, I'm a big booster of Better Tent City and have been in many different ways. But just to follow up, then after you submitted your application, how were you notified? Were you provided with a detailed explanation as to why, or how were you notified?
Jeff?
Jeff, do you want, I mean, Jeff and I received an email that basically said we didn't meet the criteria. Jeff, do you have it handy? I don't have it in front of me.
No, but essentially that's right. We got an email saying we didn't meet the criteria. The report will be available as part of the agenda. And as Laura said, we asked if we could get clarity as to how it is that we fell short. And that meeting has been scheduled later this month.
Councillor Huninette.
Chair Erb, I didn't connect the dots as well as Councillor Deutschman did, and I'm just wondering if we can get clarification. Waiting till this afternoon is fine, but on why a better tent city didn't meet the criteria. If that could come, that would be awesome.
So I think that's a question to staff that
Yes.
we can deal with later. If that's,
Sure, thank you.
okay. Are there, Councillor James?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Erb. Thank you for coming in and speaking to us today about the current climate at a Better Tent City and the work that's being done. I just have a question for clarification. In terms of your funding and how your fund is primarily through donations, are there any government supports from any levels of government?
So residents transfer their housing allowance to us, and the amount that we're requesting from the region, 236, is actually less than the support that residents transfer. I don't have that number with me, but I think theirs is about maybe $300,000 comes from residents. Yeah, it's from ODSP. I think they get $390 a month for housing, or sorry, for Ontario Works and for the ODSP housing support. And then in addition, we have about $80,000 that comes in from the community, just donations, people who care and send us money, which is awesome, and family foundations and so on. And then we are constantly writing grants. The United Way supports our kitchen being open. The food bank provides the food. The Community Foundation gave us funds to support social enterprise development. And we try and cobble together what we can to make the community run. It's too big now.
Okay,
That's the problem.
Just one follow-up question, Chair, and that is around just the model. So this is to assist with staffing?
Yes.
And is this staffing, what you project in the long term to be what's needed? Or is there, as you grow, potentially there would be a request to support more?
I don't think we can ask for more.
We currently have 4 staff. Herb Street, and I'm going to get the number wrong, has probably got 35. So of the 3 we're asking for, is that enough? You know the answer to that. We're going to make it work. We can make it work, but to run a 24/7 community takes a lot of work. We're committed to it. Our volunteers are committed to it. So. The answer, of course, we would love to have 35 people 24/7, but we aren't going to, and we're not asking for that.
Okay.
And we don't operate the way a shelter operates. We don't look in people's cabins, to be perfectly fair. It is their home. Of course, we do look if there's a problem. But no, so yeah, this would move us from 4 to 7. The big pressure, to be fair, is overnight. Nadine Green is a saint, I'm telling you. She's 7 days a week. She works every night, all night. And we can't continue to expect her to do that. We need other staff. And also, she cannot... because she's up all night, it's the connecting people to resources during the day. So then we have to have, she'll text someone and say, there's a person here who's about to have a baby and keep an eye on her. And, we do the best we can. But 4 people, typically a shelter, I don't know about Herbs Road, but I know other shelters would have 35 plus staff. And we managed with 1 for the first 2 years, and now we are up to 4, which is spectacular. But again, that's cobbling together grants that we may or may not get. And so what we want is the stability to know that we can continue to operate. And these people, as I said, would be doing more than just covering overnight and covering during the day. They would be we are looking to hire people who have the skills to be able to support people to move from, taming is an unkind word, but as Father Toby and Marion explained, it takes a while for people to get used to being part of a community, and that's a huge first step. And now we want to help them to have the stabilization that they need to be able to take those really positive steps and change their trajectory. They won't stop being chronically homeless unless we can deal with those other issues. And we know we can.
Laura, if I could add something, I just wanted to add, just for financial clarity, the money that we take in is between 20 and 22,000 a month from residents, and we're currently running a shortfall of anywhere between 12 to 15,000 a month with all of the food costs, repairs, utilities, garbage removal, all kinds of things. So that's what we're fundraising for on a regular basis. If we want to add more staff onto that, that's where we believe that you could come in and help us with that. But right now, we just don't have the funds to increase the staff. And we're already running a shortfall, which we raised approximately $150,000 from private donors, aside from our regular costs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work that you are doing and, addressing a growing crisis in our region. And I know that there are many who are, they are part of that community, and you are helping to navigate extremely hard challenges for many. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wondering if we can remind councillors to try and focus on questions as opposed to comments with the length of time that we're going to be here. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Craig asked a question about how many people are transitioned out, and one of the performance indicators is how you help people find and maintain housing, and I believe I heard 6. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that 6 per month, per year, since the beginning of startup? It doesn't, something's off with that.
It is 6 since we started. Having said that, the most recent person who moved out, I think 2 weeks ago. He had been on the waiting list for 10 years. So, the number of people we're able to move on is also dependent on the number of places available for them to move into. We have many people. Chair Redmond's question about the services, whether it be through through the region, through the other housing services. We have many people we've been able to get on the waiting list. I have one 57-year-old woman who was very excited about a month ago. She got on the list. She's been told it will be a minimum of 6 years. So our ability to move people on is also dependent on other places for them to land.
Follow-up, please. So that's the waiting list, but my question has to do with your work to find other places for people to go to transition them out of here. It's one of the criteria is to help people find housing. So if you've only done 6 in 3 years? How are you going to build on that so that you are moving, your turnover is much quicker than that or better than that?
I think it's important, too, to differentiate between people who are residents and the 51 people who pay to be there. We need support to help move the people who show up who have no place to be into shelters as well. We can't just say, off you go, because they don't go. We really need to support them to get into shelters, and we've done that. I don't know the number, but we've done that with quite a number of visitors. But we've been able to do that, as I said, with volunteer time. We need to be resourced to do that. We need to get people onto wait lists for other shelters. And to be fair, the life stabilization that goes into getting someone ready for another place, realistically, if you are an individual on social assistance trying to move into an apartment when you have approximately $400 a month for rent, that doesn't get you a shared room right now. I'm trying to help my niece find a place to live, and $800 gets you a bedroom in somebody's house. Our guys don't have that. So the options are quite limited. What we need to be able to do is to support people to get into shelters, to get onto lists and get into other shelters so that they're not living rough. And we need to be able to support our residents to be ready to go. And some of them do move on, especially when they go into rehab. When we get people out, it hasn't been many, it's a really big step. but then they can't come back to us because it's not healthy for them. And so then we work with community volunteers and do our best to help them to find another place to be. So that's the work
Okay,
we have to do.
thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Sorry, having a blank mind. This is to staff.
Okay. I think I don't see any more requests from council members for questions. Thank you for appearing. You're welcome to remain for the balance of the meeting if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Leah Logan, representing Indwell. Leah, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Chair Erb and Council. My name is Leah Logan, and I come to you today as a Regional Manager for Indwell in Waterloo Region. For those who don't know, Indwell is a non-for-profit organization focused on developing affordable supportive housing to those seeking health, wellness, and belonging. We are set to open our first supportive housing community later this month at St. Mark's Place in Kitchener. While we might be new to Waterloo Region, our organization has been operating across southwestern Ontario since the early 1970s, working with many municipalities, systems, sectors to combat homelessness in every community we have the privilege to be a part of. I also stand here as a member of the co-creator group working to develop the plan to end chronic homelessness here in Waterloo Region. As an active member of the co-creator group, I have witnessed the hard work that the regional staff, Overlap Associates, and the Social Development Center Waterloo Region has been committed to in understanding the region's homelessness crisis from all sector participants, agencies, but most importantly, those with lived experience. I am here today to be a representative of the co-creator group to endorse the interim update of the plan as well as the budget considerations for 2024. We have a significant homelessness crisis in Waterloo Region. The proposed budget not only identifies very specific needs that our community has, but very appropriate and significant solutions to navigate through the crisis in the coming year. Solutions that will support good work on the ground right here and right now. It's also important to recognize that this budget proposal comes to you from a collective of experts in the housing sector and beyond who have come together to dialogue about how to move forward, not separately, but as one. Indwell is present in many different municipalities in Southwest Ontario, and I will name that from our experience, we cannot do anything if we're not doing it together. We have to have collaboration. It takes investment of time and resources, but when a community of multiple sectors and populations can work together to find solutions to end homelessness, not only do we find resources, but resources are given. Therefore, by acknowledging the work done to date through the plan to end chronic homelessness, you are endorsing the hard work of your local collective working in collaboration. I would also encourage Council to recognize that with this budget comes an understanding that the work is just beginning. This budget addresses immediate solutions that are absolutely needed now, but the plan is also committing to the long-term solutions, creating a variety of housing solutions and bringing innovation to the housing and homelessness system, to name a few. It will take a long-term commitment and investment by this Council to see this plan through, one that is worth every cent. While new to the region, Indwell sees itself already as part of this community. We will work to do what we can through collaboration, partnership, and dedication to see our mission of hope and homes for all created within Waterloo Region, a mission that parallels the regions of seeing homes for all come true. We look forward to working together.
Thanks, Leah. Are there any questions? Thank you for attending, and thank you to your colleagues at Indwell for being part of our region. Our final delegation that has registered is Aaron Deans. Aaron, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Erb and members of Council. My name is Aaron Deans, and I'm the Program Manager of the Frederick Street Men's Emergency Shelter. I'm attending this meeting as a representative of Services and Housing in the Province, SHIP, which is a service provider that began operating in the region of Waterloo in November 2022. While SHIP is new to the region, the organization has over 30 years' experience providing healthcare and housing supports. Our vision is quality housing, quality services, and quality lives. And we have over 450 dedicated and talented staff that support individuals with substance use, mental health, and housing challenges. As one of the largest supportive housing providers in the province for individuals with mental health and substance use issues experiencing homelessness, SHIP serves over 5,000 individuals annually with housing and mental health supports in Mississauga, Brampton, Caledon, Orangeville, and Toronto, and now Kitchener-Waterloo. The one constant in all of the communities that SHIP operates in is that the number of individuals experiencing homelessness continues to grow at an unprecedented rate, with services and housing supports struggling to keep pace. Emergency shelter systems are operating well above capacity, and the lack of affordable housing and supportive housing units continue to be major obstacles in transitioning individuals out of emergency shelter and into housing that is appropriate for their needs. Along with representatives from other service providers, Region of Waterloo staff, Overlap Associates, and those with lived experience, I was one of the co-creators of the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness. The collaborative approach engaged individuals and organizations from all areas of the housing stability system and community, which ensured a balanced and thoughtful key findings report and recommendations. As an organization, SHIP supports the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness and believes it is an important first step in addressing the need for appropriate housing and health supports that individuals experiencing chronic homelessness are facing in the region of Waterloo. The situation in the community is extremely urgent, and shelters are not intended to be a permanent housing solution for the highest acuity individuals with substance use, mental health, and physical health challenges. The increased development and expansion of permanent supportive housing units with 24/7 staffing and wraparound service are the best option for developing positive outcomes for those experiencing chronic homelessness, as they have been proven to support individuals with their physical and mental health issues, trauma, and substance use, while connecting them with resources, developing a sense of community, and building the capacity for independence. As an organization, we want to acknowledge the thoughtful approach taken by region staff, and as a provider who does this work every day in different communities, we want to let you know that we offer our full support for these necessary recommendations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning and for your support of the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness.
Thanks, Aaron, for being here. Are there any questions? There are none. As I said to Indwell, it's great to have SHIP working with our community in Waterloo Region. Thank you for being here and for your commitment. Are there any other delegations here that have not registered? Okay. All right, we are on to the consent agenda. If you wish to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate it so now, as we'll not take any questions on consent items unless items are requested to be moved to the regular agenda. The items listed on the consent agenda will be dealt with in one motion. Are there any items Council wants dealt with separately? If not, I'm going to have a mover and a seconder to approve the consent report listed on the agenda under item 6. Moved by Councillor Salomon, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Use your e-scribe buttons to indicate your support. That is carried. We're now on to the regular agenda, item number 7. And since report 7.11 and 7.12 are part of the overall housing strategy and are connected with funding recommendations, Commissioner Sweeney is going to present both reports back to back, and then we will go back and take questions from council, beginning with 7.1.1 on the fee for service requests. and then consider the recommended motion listed on your agenda. So be sure when we get to that point that you're in the e-scribe portion if you want to register as speakers to be recognized. And then after that, we'll move on to 7.12 with questions and a consideration for the motion. So Commissioner Sweeney, you're on.
Thank you, Chair. So members of Regional Council, thank you for joining us today to review and to consider a number of recommendations that are coming forward before you today. These recommendations, and my job today is to speak on behalf of a collective. And so I will do my best to honor the many voices who have contributed to this work over the last number of months in particular. As you heard from a couple of our delegates, thank you for joining us here today. What you have here is far and away an effort to continue to do this work in the community, for the community, and by the community. I want to acknowledge and appreciate that the work here is representative of their words, the words of our staff, who were critical in putting these reports together. So my goal today is to walk you through a number of recommendations. As Chair mentioned, I'm going to first and formally address the fee-for-service report that is in your package, walk you through those recommendations, and then move directly into the interim plan to end chronic homelessness. So for the fee-for-service report, I want to acknowledge that this is a new process. As Councillor Deutschmann alluded, this came at the direction of Council earlier this year to ask staff to develop a process whereby we can go to the community and our partners working in this space and ask for and provide those partners with an opportunity to come forward with some of their ideas, thoughts, and considerations on how to more effectively support the unsheltered community across Waterloo region. What we received were a number of criteria or a number of proposals, and they were all evaluated against a council-endorsed and council-directed set of criteria that has been alluded to in conversations already today, and that is in your package. To honor and acknowledge the integrity of the process that we have put forward and the staff, the professional staff who were tasked with evaluating proposals based on the council-approved criteria, only those proposals that met that criteria are coming forward for consideration today. This includes upwards of $3.1 million in funding for the proposals that met that criteria. I want to also, and those are in your report and in the recommendations from the report, I do want to acknowledge a few things that we've learned along the way. And it's specifically, I want to address two specific recommendations, D and E. You will see in your report that we received two applications, proposals from two agencies whose operating plan met the criteria. The reason they are not included in the proposal today, the recommendations, and the budget is that in both cases, there doesn't at present time exist a location to provide these services. So the recommendation from staff is that we spend some time both with these organizations, as you can see, Marillac and the YWCA of Cambridge, to work with them to build a plan whereby the opportunity for both of these proposals to come forward and see the light would be possible. We did not feel that including operating funding in a specific ask in 2024 without the ability to tell you where we would or they would offer these services was the right step at this point, so hence why they are included. But make no mistake, if there were locations that these organizations had to run these services, these proposals would have met the criteria and would have been included in the proposals. The next thing I want to acknowledge is that we also received a lot of good ideas.
And we also acknowledge that in the first outing of this particular funding envelope with the criteria supported and directed to us by regional council, we were bound to learn a few things. One of the things that we've realized is for next year, we want to make sure that we have more time with providers and potential providers to go through this process. Despite the fact that we had direction for this in June, by the time the request hit the street, it was late August, early September, and the turnaround time was just a few weeks. So knowing full well that when you put a new process or a new program into play, you're going to learn a few things. We're going to ensure that we take some time to going forward, that the community has more time. We also recognized that all of the organizations that applied were well known to us. Some were funded, the majority were already had a funding relationship with the region, not all, but most. And there it was notable, and we noted that in the report, that there were organizations, grassroots organizations, equity-seeking organizations that did not participate. We want to take the time to understand why and how to address that and ensure that there are no barriers, systemic barriers in place through this funding envelope that would prevent or discourage applications coming forward from organizations. We also recognize that there were a number, and we included the entire suite of applications in your package for transparency, but for you to also see and for the community to also see that there are a lot of good organizations doing meaningful work. However, the criteria, as you some of you have noted, for this particular funding stream is very specific to the principles in Housing First and Reaching Home, specifically around outcomes related to permanent housing. So again, to honor the integrity of the process and the professionalism of the staff that were asked to evaluate on that, the reason for some proposals to come forward and some not were specifically and only related to the evaluation criteria. That's not to say that we have more work to do to understand how organizations, some of whom are here today and some of whom are listed in that report and some of whom are not, have good ideas worth merit to support people living unsheltered in our housing instability system. When I get to the plan to end chronic homelessness, I will talk a little bit more about how we might do that, because we do know, even through our conversations with the co-creators, that there are a number of things that we need to find a pathway forward. It was mentioned earlier today about acquired brain injury. We know, I believe the last number I heard is more than 70% of people who we know are living unsheltered and experiencing chronic homelessness have some sort of acquired brain injury. We have to figure out how to help and support that. That is not in your plan today because we don't have a strategy for that. We know that there's significant work happening to support people who are acutely experiencing chronic homelessness that don't always necessarily line up with Housing First and Reaching Home. We also know that health-adjacent organizations that are doing meaningful work that are neither funded through a health envelope or funded through a municipal envelope, that doesn't mean the work that they're doing is not important, adds value, and saves lives. So the work here today is to put forward a recommendation, which is why it is a standalone recommendation consistent with the funding criteria that this council set forward. If I could have the next couple of slides move up, please, whoever, to the one with the graph. So I'm going to stop here for a second. So I'm going to move into the plan to end chronic homelessness. The first thing I will say is this is not the plan to end chronic homelessness in Waterloo Region. When we first envisioned this and when we came forward to previous council last August with our interim housing plan and also an ask for this council to direct us to go and develop a plan to end chronic homelessness in Waterloo Region, we had hoped, at least at a staff level, I can certainly say as a very impatient person, I had hoped that by this time we would be coming forward with the full plan, fully baked, here it is. But as you can see by the principles and the pillars that are going to underpin this work now and in the future that have come from our partners at the co-creator table, we talk about seeing the system in a different way. And so one of the things we had to learn as staff is while we have a very linear process to bring budget and asks forward, and there are reports and there are cycles, the work that we're engaged in is not linear, and it moves at the speed of trust. And so today's plan recognizes what we're putting forward to you today is not actually the full plan to end chronic homelessness. It is not the full investment required to finally end chronic homelessness in this community, but it is also a recognition that we cannot wait. We have a directional approach. We know the big sweeping areas that we need to address, and we know there are things that we need and should start right away. This is not a panacea. This is the community and your staff's best foot forward under the circumstances. It is not insignificant in its ask, in its reach. It is ambitious, and it is important. What I'm going to do to help set the context here is walk through the recommendations and give you some further background and context of what's driving these recommendations coming forward from staff. But let me be clear. This plan is about developing a whole of community approach to ending chronic homelessness. Chronic homelessness is increasing rapidly in Waterloo Region, and the trajectory, if nothing else is done, is that 1,600 people in this community will be experiencing some level of homelessness by 2028. I assure you that your staff and those members of the co-creators group and those who are working in this space who are not actually at the co-creators table yet for their own good and valid reasons, none of us want to see this trajectory come true. What we know is despite our significant investments, the significant investments that you as regional council have made and continue to make in supporting this work and supporting our staff and in supporting the community, what we know today is the inflow into chronic homelessness continues to outpace the outflow into permanent housing. Today, before you is an opportunity to move that plan forward. If I go to the next slide, please. The first recommendation is a significant ask for a significant investment in this work. And I'd like to point out the full budget is included in your package. It's for public view, but I want to take some time to walk through a couple of those specific budget items to give you some further perspective. The first one, if I could have the next slide, please, is last year, Council, sorry, can I go? Oh, sorry, actually, can you go back? I'm sorry. Yeah, just leave it there. Thank you. The first I want to talk about is the expansion of our hybrid shelter model. We know that initial feedback and experience with Herbs Road, this model is encouraging and highlight that it is meeting a specific and previously unmet need in this community. Overall, the data shows that the Herbs Road shelter has been a positive and life-changing experience for the majority of participants. Individuals at this site have some of the highest acuity and longest experience of homelessness across Waterloo Region. The average length of time that an individual resident at Herbs Road had spent chronically homeless was 3 years, and the longest was 7 before arriving at Herbs Road. In a recent survey of all participants at Herbs Road, 70% of them told us they felt safe at Herbs Road. 70% of them also told us that they preferred this site over an unsanctioned encampment. 50% preferred it over a shelter, and 65% felt well supported by the staff. And I want to acknowledge and thank the staff at the Working Center for taking this on when nobody else would. Now, despite the feedback that folks who are living at Herbs Road would like more supports, we are still working on how to do this. We are in early days, and in 6 months, we do know that in that time, as of today, 6 of the original residents have moved on to permanent housing. That's over 10% in 1 a month. We believe strongly as staff that this model is encouraging, is achieving results, and this community should add another one. The second thing in the budget we've included is for an encampment response and outreach team. This is an acknowledgement that encampments and unsheltered homeless continue to be a critical issue across our community, in particular in our downtown centers. We know that we are not meeting the full need of the community related to the unsheltered homelessness challenge that we all face. We're proposing to pull together a team, an interdisciplinary team that will work with our community partners to have a more fulsome outreach effort to those currently living in encampments and on the street. The next item, which represents the largest portion of the investment ask, are for portable rent supplements. This will have the immediate effect of providing 150 households in this community with the economic means to support themselves in a home of their own. We know that in communities around the world who have taken a housing-first approach, communities around the world who have done this well, and communities, in fact, who have indeed ended chronic homelessness, a pillar in their platform has and continues to be the inclusion of rent supplements with the addition of the social supports that people need to support. This is a critical feature of any plan in any community to end chronic homelessness, is the addition of rent supplements. The next piece I want to talk about is what we've called system stabilization investments. I want to be very clear and transparent that this is a line item that is yet to be allocated to specific initiatives and specific projects. This is a nod to the community and our co-creators table that there are many conversations that we need to have. I've referenced a few of them, specifically related, as an example, to acquired brain injury, to health in general, and to those supports that are being provided by organizations that are meeting the acute need of those living unsheltered right now. The system stabilization investments will be co-determined between the Region of Waterloo staff and our partners at the co-creator table and others. We want to make sure that we include this, use this funding to expand the supports and services to rural areas, health-adjacent investments, and service and space expansions. This is an incredibly important part of this proposal, and our commitment is to come back to Regional Council before the end of April, so with an outline and a plan of the specifics of how these investments will be allocated, and we will be assuming that there is approval of this budget, we'll immediately begin the conversation with our co-creators to say, and how shall we allocate this? I also want to acknowledge that you wouldn't see in this report, and actually it may not even be that easy to find in the current base budget that you're already considering, is that the entire housing stability system is at risk of collapse due to understaffing, under-resourcing of service providers, say nothing for the trauma and hurt that is being caused by working in these environments day in and day out. A cost of living increase for direct service providers delivering emergency shelter and supportive housing is mentioned in this report, but it is not included in this budget because we have absorbed it and built it into the base housing budget. Can I go on to the next recommendation, please? A report to Regional Council about ending chronic homelessness would not be complete, of course, without a recommendation with respect to advocacy. And I want to give you a little bit of further context of what we are referring to specifically in this recommendation. First and foremost, we are asking Regional Council to increase its advocacy to the federal, provincial government for enhanced support for rent supplements. There is an existing Canadian-Ontario housing benefit that exists. We need more of it. We need eviction prevention funds. And there needs to be a serious conversation about the rates of ODSP and Ontario Works in this province. Rent in Waterloo Region is rising, causing the face of homelessness to change. Our co-creators testified that the lack of affordable housing is growing cause for homelessness. As more individuals experience rent evictions, are on limited income, and cannot find housing within their budget. a specific advocacy needs to address these gaps. Secondly, your advocacy efforts that we ask you to undertake must and should include specific asks to the provincial government for enhanced funding for health-related conditions that are adjacent to homelessness. We know that a significant majority of people that we are supporting in our shelters, in our supportive housing, and in our community are facing a significant and increasing issue related to their own health and the inability to access the health system. Dedicated health funding for services mitigating existing health risks for individuals experiencing homelessness is critical. We need that work to focus on peer support, harm reduction, and general health care, in addition to mental health. The second recommendation that we have, well, I guess not the second, the next recommendation I want to talk is recommendation E, which speaks to a suite of policy initiatives. We are asking council to direct staff to come back to develop and implement a housing program and policy that prevents displacement and the loss of existing affordable housing and increases community housing stock. This is an acknowledgement that as a regional council, that as a government, you have policy levers at your disposal. We are asking for the opportunity to go and continue our conversation in community, the co-creators table, and other tables across Waterloo Region to come back with a suite of policy proposals and alternatives that you can consider that will both protect the existing stock of affordable rental housing while also encouraging the development of more. This speaks to the fact that last year, through various efforts, over 400 people were supported in moving into some form of permanent housing, permanent or supportive housing from chronic homelessness. And yet our overall homelessness tally didn't change. In fact, it went up. This speaks to the issue that the inflow is far higher than the outflow to permanent housing. And for every ounce of energy and every dollar that we invest to build new affordable housing, new rental housing, we have to ensure that we protect the stock that we have. I can move on to the next page, please. I'd like to specifically address recommendation G, which speaks to real estate and legal services, and you might be wondering what's this all about. Since March of 2020, regional staff and partners have opened and implemented 17 new shelters across Waterloo Region. That's one every 2.5 months. This constant, what I almost call whack-a-mole approach to finding shelters, supporting those as winter arrives every year as it does, is disruptive to neighborhoods. It is disruptive to our staff teams, to our partners, and most importantly, to the people we're trying to serve. What is inherent in this recommendation is to give staff the direction and the ability to go and seek out what we believe is needed in this community is another permanent, long-term space for emergency shelter. The open, close, neighborhood disruption after neighborhood disruption can't continue. In the last year, we have added 275 spaces to the shelter and supportive housing system. 275 in 1 year alone. And yet our shelters are full. This work is important. I was thinking about how to close before I turn it over to my colleague Craig, who's going to talk to you a little bit about a funding strategy for this and ongoing. And I thought about this book that means a lot to me. It's called What Would You Do with a Chance? And it's a story about a little boy who takes a chance. And sure enough, he falters. He's embarrassed. It doesn't work out. And he's hurt. And so he decides that taking a chance is no longer worth it because it's just going to end poorly. And what he realizes as he goes through the story, don't worry, I'm not reading the whole story. What he realizes going through the story is that as he stops looking for chances, They stopped coming around. And the important element that I want to bring to you today is this. He said, I know I acted like I didn't care, but the truth was, I did. I still wanted to take a chance, but I was afraid. And I wasn't sure if I would ever be brave enough. But then I thought, maybe I don't have to be brave all the time. Maybe I just need to be brave a little while at the right time. So members of Regional Council, what we are bringing forward to you today is a chance to try, and a chance I believe we have to take. Thank you. Craig, it's all yours.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Sweeney. And if we could move ahead, I think, to the next slide. Yes, thank you so much. So the slide before you is provides you a summary of the proposed financing plan for that covers both reports. So the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness report as well as the Fee-for-Service report. And it's essentially a copy of the slide that is included in the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness report today. And I'll just walk you through the proposal. I should start by saying, in as much as the report that Mr. Sweeney and his team have put forward is not a final report, it's not the plan, as Mr. Sweeney indicated, this is also not necessarily the financing strategy. This is, from a staff perspective, we would consider this an interim strategy to reflect an interim report, and there will be updates that will be required as soon as the spring of 2024, when the next report comes forward, as was previously referred to. So what we've put together is our best, I guess, our best estimate of costs in 2024 with a projection to 2025, and a proposal as to how it would be funded. And that's what I'll walk through you right now. And I'll focus on the 2024 column just for the moment. Just to align the numbers with the two reports, the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness report, per se, proposes expenditure in 2024 of $11.1 million. And that's shown here as having two components. One, essentially an operating cost at $8.9 million, and a contribution to a proposed homelessness prevention capital reserve of $2.2 million. This will start to put some funding aside to deal with what we believe will be capital costs in the future, both related to a second managed encampment, as well as to reflect the future capital needs, I think that was outlined in recommendation G from Mr. Sweeney's presentation. With respect to the funding of that $11 million, we're proposing for 2024 that approximately $8 million be funded from the property tax levy in 2024, and $3.2 million from the tax stabilization reserve. And this is essentially a proposal to help us phase in the levy impact over a 2-year period. So as we've discussed many times before, every dollar of expenditure needs a dollar of funding. So the $11.1 million funded in part, a small part, by the tax stabilization reserve, and the remainder from the levy. And then we add to that the financial implications of the fee-for-service report, which again we're recommending be funded from the 2024 levy. That would add $3.1 million. And that takes us to the summary at the bottom of the page, which is a recommendation for $14.2 million of expenditure to be added to the 2024 budget, funded $3.2 million from the tax stabilization reserve, and $11 million from the levy. Looking ahead into 2025, and again, 2025 has to be seen as a preliminary estimate, a projection. We won't be asking for approval of the 2025 numbers at this point. There is a recommendation in the report to refer the 2024 proposed budget amendments to the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee, which is meeting tomorrow. So overall, an $11 million property tax levy impact in 2024, an additional $8 million estimated in 2025, that would bring the total to $19 million. My final comments with respect to the use of levy funding for homelessness programs. I've made these comments many times before. It's an awkward. It's not the right way to fund these programs. The use of property taxes to fund homelessness programs, along with a wide range of other services that the region funds, is really not what the property tax was designed for. I think what you're seeing today is a recognition that there is no other way to do this. In the absence of further advocacy to the federal and provincial governments, this is the funding source that we have. And if council desires to move forward with the service levels as proposed through this report, then levy funding is going to be required, and more will be required in 2025 and future years. And then finally, with respect to the use of the tax stabilization reserve, again, we see this as a way of helping to phase in the impact. So rather than having a $14 million levy impact in 2024, this temporarily reduces the levy impact to 11. Another 8, again, proposed to be added on a preliminary basis in 2025. And subject to direction from this committee today, the recommendations as presented in the 2 reports would be forwarded to the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney and Mr. Dyer. So the plan would be now to move back to 7.1.1, the fee-for-service report, and for committee members to address any questions to staff. And first on the list is Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Erb. Through you to Mr. Sweeney, just a couple of questions. The criteria that decided which proposals got funded and which didn't was set by council.
That's correct in the report in June.
But I would say that this is not the only source of funding, correct? That we provide, or will this become the only source of funding for the homelessness initiatives?
If nothing changes, this would be what it is this year, an additional funding envelope available to council and to staff to recommend, as it currently states, specifically related to proposals that meet that funding criteria. But as you know, we have a number of different funding envelopes, both levy funded and provincially funded, that we have access to. But specifically, if nothing changes, when we come back, barring any changes we would make to make it more accessible and potentially get on the street earlier, the funding criteria would not change unless council directed us to change it.
So I'm conscious of that we only get 2 questions. I'm going to make the second one a 2-parter. So the people that were successful this year, will that be baked into their base budget? Will there be an expectation that that will be year over year funding source for those programs? And along with that, if some providers such as a Better Tent City are not within that criteria, did not meet our criteria, at what juncture would we either redirect them to another fund or change the criteria if we wanted them included?
So the answer to your 2-part question, the first is the assumption that we are making, and that what my colleague Craig has put on the table, is that the investments that we are allocating this year, the 3.1, the assumption we're making would continue in 2025. That may then limit, depending on what we would have available to us next year. So I can't really speak to what would happen next year. And then I guess the other thing I would say is, and I alluded to it in the in my remarks, we have set aside a bucket of funding in the plan to end chronic homelessness, $2.47 million, if my memory serves me correct, that I was alluding to is unallocated at the moment and would be those investment decisions would be developed in the community with our partners at the co-creator table. There's a number of them in the room today. We haven't talked about what that would look like and what criteria would need to be in place, but that would be one option for other worthy initiatives and projects that we may know about now through this process, or could very well be unrevealed to us right now because we haven't had those conversations. Does that answer your question?
It does. My only lingering question would be, what's the timing of that other pot of funding allocation?
So the plan is to align that funding with the final plan to end chronic homelessness, which we are committing to coming back to council before April 30th.
Councillor Hunick.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, can you speak to the criteria that A Better Tent City was missing on their application? And then can you speak to, I realize that not every organization that we fund might move everyone into housing as quickly, but I think the cost of $240,000 requested by A Better Tent City is far cheaper than the cost of subsidized housing for 50 people per year. Would you agree?
So to answer your first question, Councillor Hunick, I cannot speak today to any application that came through that did not meet the criteria. We set up a process. We have 5 professional staff that include housing staff and a member of our equity and inclusion team who participated in that. They were tasked with evaluating the proposals that came in. There were almost $9 million worth of proposals that came in. They were asked to evaluate them based on the criteria set forth by this council, and that's what they did. And so, as I was alluding to prior to, to maintain the integrity of that process and the professionalism of that staff group, we have taken their recommendations and brought them forward, which is why we included it as a separate report. I cannot speak to any of the specifics to any proposal that did not meet that criteria here in council chambers. Our friends from Better Tent City alluded to a request to meet with staff, which of course we're happy to do. I'm aware of another organization that also did not meet the funding criteria, who have also reached out to ask to understand that process, and that opportunity will be afforded to that organization as well.
Okay, and so, but the cost of emergency shelter for a year, $240,000, is that considerably cheaper or similar to the cost of housing 50 people in subsidized housing?
So I think my answer to that will be, to be very, very clear, our staff position on organizations that are doing work in this community that are not currently funded by the region of Waterloo, who are doing valuable and important work, is high. We are, and we've been tasked with allocating those funds to a set criteria. We asked professional staff to evaluate to that criteria, and that is what they did. The other thing I will comment on your last conversation is one of the things we also needs to be true in the plan to end chronic homelessness, and we've alluded to this in the past, is a review and a more robust accountability and impact framework so that we can all more confidently speak to the outcomes versus the investments. And right now, there are many apples, oranges, bananas, and grapefruits in this system that makes the comparisons difficult.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I guess I just struggled when I was reading through this on the weekend. Can you clarify, Commissioner Sweeney, what is the goal and legislative responsibilities that we as a region have in terms of housing and homelessness? I thought it was following the federal government and being a housing first model, but these investments are not true housing first initiatives, nor are we actually a housing first region based off of the federal definitions. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, as we're making these investments, and many of my residents have said hemorrhaging money without the lack of key performance indicators, which you just identified we don't have. how do we know when we're looking at a $3 million ask in these fee-for-service that we're actually doing our due diligence and our responsibility as a region, that we're supporting what we're supposed to be doing?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to clarify, we do have key performance indicators. What I was alluding to is that we believe work needs to happen that ties the current situation, the investments that we're being asked to make, with specific outcomes that are more consistent than they are today. As and prior to my arrival here, but some of my colleagues around the table can attest to, money flowed quickly and easily into this pocket through the pandemic to address the acuity of the situation, which is one of the reasons that allowed this organization to open 17 shelters in 2.5 years. We're not obviously through the COVID pandemic, and my colleagues at Sunnyside can attest to that, but we are in a different operating model where it's time to take stock of the resources that we have, the investments we need to make. So that work continues. I can tell you that the proposals that went out to the fee-for-service process and guidelines, and as it's alluded to in the report, are tied, in fact, to the HPP funding from the province, those funding guidelines, and Housing First principles. So, in fact, we are consistently doing our best with limited resources to invest in initiatives and projects that are rooted in the idea of housing first and moving people along the continuum, while also recognizing that, and I've alluded to this before, that there are a number of people and organizations that don't fit easily into that, like the round hole square peg piece, that are doing good and meaningful work. So I can assure you the resources that are allocated to us by our provincial, in some cases federal colleagues, are dispersed along those funding guidelines. In our role as service system manager, we take that accountability very seriously.
So I guess my follow-up, in reading on the federal government's Housing First, it word for word says, Housing First involves moving people experiencing homelessness, particularly experiencing chronic homelessness, rapidly from street or emergency shelters into stable and long-term housing with supports. It then goes on to explain why stable and long-term housing supports is the way to deliver these services. So looking through here, I can appreciate and recognize that eviction prevention can relate to Housing First, senior supportive housing can relate to Housing First. I'm a bit confused how transitional beds of housing relates directly to Housing First, as that would be deemed a shelter model, and Housing First is to get people out of the shelter model. There seems to be a disconnect in the understanding, or at least my comprehension of Housing First and where we're to be investing. And also on the key performance indicators comment, looking through the report, which will be coming up next to discuss, when key performance indicators include financing, that's not what I determine as key performance indicators of outcomes that we're looking for. So that was my question on KPIs. And I'm trying to really get at a grasp of, should we as a region be investing in people providing services that are to help with the hemorrhaging problem that you say is continuing to grow, which is finding emergency shelter spaces, or is it that we should be proactively looking at actually building upstream housing so that people have some hope beyond being in our shelter systems and actually have somewhere to move? Because as we learned from A Better Tent City, as well as I would say the Herb Street Shelter update, we don't have anywhere to move people en masse at the rate in which they are coming into our system. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is legislatively, where are we as an organization supposed to be investing? Is it to be helping community supports in the immediate grassroots, on the ground, getting people off the streets but into temporary solutions? Or is it actually investing in housing that is permanent and going to create stability for these individuals that are unhoused right now?
So I'm imagining some cake and wanting to eat it too. We need to do both. And what we're trying to recognize is that, first and foremost, the first lens that we look at anything through from a staff perspective is through the Housing First lens. When I reference
You know, when you talk about transitional housing, it's not that transitional housing in and of itself is not housing first. It's how it's utilized. And so when we're looking at outcomes, it's what does flow through look like? There were criticisms that building and operating a 50-bed hybrid shelter on the outskirts of town had nothing to do with housing first. And yet what we see in the first 6 months is we've stabilized 50 of the most acutely ill people in this community, and more than 10% of them have moved on to permanent housing. The second thing I'll acknowledge is in the recommendation around policy alternatives is where you will also see us come back to say, here are a number of policy initiatives to protect and encourage and incent the development of further affordable, deeply affordable housing in this community. And the challenge that we have is a highly acute situation that the people in the gallery here that are here today are working with these communities day in and day out, and they see that while we're also trying to build capacity in the system. So I'm not trying to be vague or even facetious when I say we need to do both, and what we're trying to do as staff is bring forward the proposals that were positively evaluated in the fee-for-service model are consistent with Housing First and the provincial's HPP funding guidelines. Those that were not, on some level, without me knowing specifically where things got scored, would be less aligned with those principles and those evaluation criteria that this council set.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just want to thank Mr. Sweeney for what I would consider to be sort of a direct and very sobering commentary on the situation. And I think the public needs to hear that. A couple of questions. One dealing with, first of all, the Better Tent City. You can't publicly talk about it, but can we talk about it in caucus?
I don't think that's a question I can answer because I don't have the expertise to decide what's in caucus and what is not. It is not my intent, nor would it normally be our practice. I'm looking to some of my colleagues to get into specifics around funding applications and allocations. Again, we've offered the opportunity to connect with those that felt our decision was not to their liking, and we'll do that. I also, to be very clear, Councillor Craig and the rest of council, I actually don't have the specifics of why each and every one went through that. We have a professional staff group that I trust, that I've been tasked to trust and to do the work that this council directed us to do. So I don't even have the specifics on any of the individual ones.
I'm not questioning the professionalism of the staff or the process. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand how certain groups were in, certain groups are out. My second question.
If I may interrupt for a minute, Councillor Craig, we talked about this prior to the meeting, and we were hoping that we wouldn't have to get into specifics about individual groups that may not have made the list, so I think we're going to try and not to do that. The offer has been made by staff to meet with those groups and perhaps have a further discussion, and so rather than getting into specifics of individual groups, we'd prefer not to do that.
All right, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Dyer, we're talking about $11 million. That's being added on to the budget as it stands. Is that how I understand it? And what would be the percentage if, in fact, that's where it sits?
So through the chair, the proposal is to amend the homelessness, the budget for homelessness programs by adding $14 million. Just over three of which would be funded from the tax stabilization reserve, 11 million from the levy. If that was to be approved, 11 million represents just under 1.6% on the total regional tax bill.
And where are we right now before you add the 1.6? Approximately. I won't hold you to that.
I'll just confirm the number and get it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you. And again, Peter, I think your team has done an excellent job. But this is tough times, and we all aware. I was at council last night and talking to staff, and when the taxes and bills are due to the region, we pay them in their entirety. But the deficit of those bills of people who have not paid them rest on the township. And we are going to have tax increases to cover the debt that was not paid to the region because we have to pay it in its entirety. So that's a tax that'll go onto my residents that was actually a debt the region was to include if it was all things fair. Getting back to this is a tough pill to swallow. It's a lot of money. But this is a tough time. And the worst of times. And there's never a time to deal with this totally. I think it's good. Mr. Dye, I have a question for you. You said 11.1. When I asked at the last budget meeting, I thought regional portion of the tax was 5 million and police services 2. So how did you get 11.1?
So through the chair, the proposed adjustment to the 2024 tax levy would be the addition of $11 million. So when we add that to the budget, there's a couple of different ways we can describe the impacts. The number that I had chosen is reflective of the fact that on the total regional tax bill, $7 million is 1%. And so if we're adding $11 million, then that's adding about 1.6%. If we're just looking at the regional portion of the tax bill, yes, the percentage is higher, but overall, it's a proposed $11 million increment to the levy in 2024, and I think that's the key figure for council today.
And also, so it's 11.1 this year, and then another. What was it for next year? Was it 14?
Yep. So we're through the chair. We're suggesting on a preliminary basis that it would be an incremental $8 million in 2025. So that would be a $19 million increase to the levy over 2 years. But again, that's subject to further review and analysis when the next report comes forward in April of 2024.
Okay, and one last point, and Councillor Salonon is actually right that the federal government says that we have to provide housing, and we all understand that. But none of us, I don't even think the federal government anticipated the onslaught of homelessness and potentially more to come because times are very tough. And so this is a two-prong approach. And at this point, listening to further discussion, I will be supporting this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deutschman, you're next. I just want to remind committee that part of the recommendation, if we approve the 7.1.1 report, it's being referred to Strategic Planning and Budget Committee tomorrow, where we would have additional opportunity for conversation. So it doesn't all have to happen here. I'm simply saying that just for timing and for information purposes. Councillor Deutschman?
Thank you, Chair Erb. Just a couple of things. First off, I think on the issue of transparency, I think we as a council need to have a discussion about how far we need to go to be transparent. When community organizations are applying to us and we set out a criteria and then we don't tell them how they scored, I personally have some issues with respect to that, but I'm open to a conversation about that because people in the community need to know, and the people who are doing this good work need to know why they have not been successful at it. And you know, when you leave things to a small group, sometimes issues arise and that leads to problems as well. And I question the whole transparency concept that we need to work on. I agree with Commissioner Sweeney. We need to do both. In this time of emergency, we need to work on a short term and we need to work on the long term planning. My first comment or question, I just wanted to ask this. I know that Mr. Dyer's pointed out that our provincial obligations, or whatever you call that, that we pay for is approximately $170 million, up from $150 million. And I note that the mayor for Guelph recently introduced this concept that they refer to as the PIL, which is the Provincial Impacts Local Levy. And I was just wondering, is that something that we could incorporate in order to be more transparent and identify those issues that are provincial impact that we're relying on local levy for when we're presenting our overall budgetary increase, to show what percentage of that levy increase is a result of things that could fall under this concept of the PIL?
Mr. Dyer? Excuse me. So through the chair, I think we have as much flexibility as we wish in terms of how to present the overall impacts on the region's budget in any given year. So I think if there's a particular summary or view of the budget that council is looking to see, then we're happy to accommodate. I think in terms of the if the request is, can we do something specific on the tax bill, then I think that would require some conversation with the local municipalities in terms of their tax billing software and how that all works. But at a high level, in terms of budget presentation, sure, we can present the budget in a way that's most helpful to council.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I'm just looking at the high level aspect of it, not getting into all that other work, not looking to create more work on top of all the other work, but to present in a way that it clearly shows what the provincial impacts are and what they're doing to our local base. The other item I just wanted to point out, I'll have some other questions to come back to, but on the fee for service amount of 3.1 million, I'll be moving a motion to increase that amount in 2025 by the rate of inflation. We increase all sorts of things and services by rate of inflation, and I think those that are providing these key services shouldn't be made to do less with the same amount each year, and we should give consideration to that. And I would like Mr. Dyer to maybe give us an idea later on what that amount would be in terms of an increase in 2025. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered, so I'll add a couple, I guess. They may. I'll have to turn my comments into a question, right? We have a number of organizations similar to a Better Tent City that work sort of outside the region programs that also support our most vulnerable. And you alluded to, you didn't allude to it, you outright said they're important. They provide important services to the community. And in my mind, I'm trying to put the two pieces together along with this huge ask of funding. How do those other organizations I know the answer, but how do they get funded?
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. I can't speak to every circumstance, but as you heard today, an organization that's doing good work in this community is primarily funded through philanthropy and volunteer work. We have other organizations that we work adjacent to, listed in the report, that a portion of their funding comes from other levels of government, other funding envelopes. And like most organizations trying to work in this space, I mean, when I come forward and talk about the inflows and the outflows and trying to keep up with exponential growth, every organization we work alongside is in the exact same boat that we are. And every organization in every community that looks like ours across North America is in some boat that looks like ours. So a lot of folks are cobbling it all together, and as frankly as we are. Sorry, it's not a great answer, other than that's my understanding of how everybody's working.
Okay, then to just follow up on that, how do we work, like as part of our role to work with those other groups to get some of that funding? And also, are there other ways that we as a region should be looking at funding this envelope? I guess I'm thinking particularly of philanthropy. We obviously go for grants and those other pieces.
So I'm not aware of a program or even a staff role that would, at the region, that would have responsibility to working alongside other agencies to secure funding from other organizations, other levels of government. But again, I'll go back to my comments and the our friends from Indwell and Ship who are here who delegated and talked about being members of the co-creator table. And again, there's others in the gallery here who are part of that. Part of that is to be determined. And so there's a recognition and an acknowledgement that this work can't live in the space of one organization or frankly, one level of government. This work can't be disconnected from the people who have lived experience. And so that's why in the next report, there is an allocation of funding that is not allocated yet, that I think we can have, and it's probably not enough, where we can have conversations with our community partners to say, and how might we work to address that? Because we know it's meaningful and we know it has impact.
I think just a comment to add to the end of that. We often get, always, I think, from our volunteers, the value added from those organizations to any kind of issue or problem is it's unquantifiable, really. So I think it's important that we include that in the big picture in some way, and not to add to staff's work or anything else, but in our own minds to remember that and figure out how we not reward our volunteers, but value our volunteers.
If I can just add, having come from the fundraising sector after spending a long time there, I believe that there's a conversation to be had around the role of philanthropy in this work. And that's not something governments usually talk about. They, leave it to the organizations. We're in preliminary conversations with our colleagues at the Community Foundation to convene in the co-creators table and other community organizations, philanthropists and so on, to think about, when we talk about all of community, in community, by community, and that we all have a piece of this, philanthropy has to play a role. We just don't know what that looks like yet.
Sorry, just if I can just add one more comment to that. We're adding a huge amount to our tax bill that's not funded by other levels of government. And so, I think that needs to play a part in how we as a whole community support the work.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Erb. Peter, thank you for your presentation this morning. I spent the bulk of the weekend going through everything, and there was one aspect that really stood out to me, especially after having some conversations with community, and it was the fact around the no proposals received from Indigenous-led organizations and few from grassroots organizations, specifically serving equity-seeking groups. I'm conscious that there's intersections and nuance when we deal with equity-seeking groups and those experiencing chronic homelessness, hard to identify because of other systemic challenges as well. I just want you to speak, if you could, to the organizations in the fee-for-service list that we're looking at, the process to ensure that there was potential partnerships with equity-seeking groups, and also the outreach. How was that process done? Because, I kind of stuck here because I find it concerning that there is nothing that speaks to this perspective.
Thank you, Councillor James. If I can add just a personal learning of mine is that I have observed that sometimes moving too fast runs counter to doing good equity work. And so one of our regional staff, Stephanie, I don't see Stephanie up there. I don't see Stephanie here. She's a member of our Ready team, was on the evaluation committee. And, she was the one that said to me, it's obvious that, some organizations didn't feel comfortable for whatever reason. So we can surmise, we haven't spent the time to go out and say, hey, why not? Or, so I could guess the quick turnaround time was probably a factor. For organizations that are not as well funded and don't have expertise in writing grants, probably a factor. Organizations that don't have a traditional relationship with a sort of a colonial white organization like ours, there might be issues of trust. Again, I'm surmising. What we recognize and we don't want to put our head in the sands is there seems to be some sort of miss here that we need to fix. And again, far from me to be able to say, Councillor James, here's how we should fix it. I actually don't feel equipped to be able to tell you that specifically today, but we do recognize that there seems to be a gap. It seems apparent, and we need to fix it before we come back and use this tool again. Is that fair for now?
It's fair for now. I recognize part of this is disaggregated data and having that. And when I'm speaking to this, I speak to nuance of, single mothers, Black, Indigenous, who maybe don't want to report because of, the way children's services historical. There's so much nuance there, and I'm conscious of this with the amount of investments that's needed and the hidden chronic homelessness that equity-seeking groups are experiencing, those who are with visible and invisible disabilities, that whole spectrum that's there. So just a follow-up question, because you've spoken to the co-creators table. Who is part of this co-creators table?
I might look to my colleagues. It's about 30 now, Leah? I'm looking around. Oh, Eliza, 47 organizations and individuals that have come together, and we're actively looking and asking ourselves and reaching out to organizations or individuals that aren't currently there to expand it. I mean, there's size. Obviously, we've tried to be as inclusive as possible. It includes funded agencies. It includes individuals and partners and lived experience. One of the challenges we have is the representation of those with direct lived experience is actually less than we think we need. And so, again, we have to ask ourselves, how do we build that? So when I talk about this work and this plan not fitting our very linear process, that's an acknowledgement to that work. But it's a pretty significant table that gives us lots of good feedback, and the conversations are sometimes challenging, are sometimes difficult, they're sometimes beautiful. And, we do know, it was mentioned here today, communities that get this right collaborate, and that's what we're trying to do.
All right, that's all for now. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. I can confirm, having been to a couple of the steering committee meetings, that it's a big group and very diverse, which makes for challenging but interesting conversations. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair Erb, and thank you, Mr. Sweeney, for the presentation. And clearly, what's as others have said, is very sobering in terms of the scope of the problem and the impact in our community. I'd begin by sharing Councillor Deutschman's concerns and the need, I think, for a broader conversation around the accountability and transparency around the criteria, how these applications were evaluated, and some of that detail. Perhaps, as Councillor Craig indicated, it maybe needs to happen in caucus or shared confidentially with us. I understand maybe why you wouldn't share evaluation information about different organizations with all the organizations in a report, only the ones directly related to them. But I do think as the governing body, it is something that should be made available to us because, quite frankly, if the criteria needs to change, we're the body that needs to do that, and we can only do that with good information. And right now, I'm concerned that the evaluation criteria aren't meeting the mark. I think the other thing that's important to remember as we do this work is the need to move quickly, not perfectly, and I think we're trying to do that, and then correcting for the issues that need to be addressed, and I think Councillor James has spoken to some of those, and so I'm glad she raised that. I guess my question to you is I'm just trying to understand because, one of the things I've struggled with is in our reporting out of homelessness or people in the shelter system and so on, we never have included the residents at a Better Tent City in those numbers. And personally, I struggle with that because those are individuals, they're human beings like any of the other ones, other folks in the system, and I think they need to be there actually, and at some point perhaps that might take a motion of this council to actually to add them there so that we don't lose sight of these folks. But I do want to understand. Can you just refresh our memory on what our capital costs were for Herb Street and what our annual operating costs are at Herb Street?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, our original capital budget for the Herbs Road shelter was $2.4 million. I've been told that as an additional and ancillary costs have come in after that, it's closer to 2.8. And our operating agreement with the working center is approximately $2.1 million.
2.1 million?
Correct.
And that's for 50 residents?
Correct.
So if my calculation is correct there, so 2.1 million for 50 residents, that's working out to about 40,000 a resident annually? Okay. I'm wondering similarly, because again, different system run by a community partner and so on. Do you recall what our overall contributions have been to a Better Tent City since it first opened in 2020, sorry?
I don't know. Craig, is that something that you would be able to discern from somebody? I don't have that. That would have.
So through the chair, that's something we could find and communicate. I don't have it off the top of my head.
I can help here, but I wanted staff to answer. My understanding is the number is 150,000, which was to help with the original move-in and so on. And can you confirm? Do we provide any ongoing operating funding there?
No, a Better Tent City is not currently in its current construction part of the service system manager system that we have the responsibility to fund and to build into accountability frameworks. So there is no operating or capital funding provided since I've arrived here at the region.
Okay. The last question then, if I can, is, we have an organization that's been before this council numerous times expressing the challenges that they're experiencing in quite frankly doing work that arguably is part of our shared and collective responsibility. And our total contribution to that as a region has been 150,000 for roughly 50 plus people plus visitors, if I understood correctly. Whereas this other model is costing 2.8 million in capital and 2.1 million annually in terms of operating costs. And so I'm just struggling to understand, if a Better Tent City were to close tomorrow, you indicated our shelter system is full or close to full, depending on the night. I can tell you as Mayor of Kitchener that, and I've raised this around this horseshoe before, Victoria Weber, as we know, is overflowing again. We were successful in getting those numbers down, and that's not even a temporary housing solution. It's an encampment. If a Better Tent City closed tomorrow, what would the region's plan be to address the needs of those residents?
So I want to be clear in my response that there are no, I acknowledge and recognize the importance and the quality and the work that is being done by a Better Tent City, the volunteers, and that there are at least 50 people who are in some place that they consider home that they wouldn't otherwise be with a Better Tent City, without a Better Tent City. The inflow to unsheltered homelessness, whether or not that comes from rent evictions or the closure of a place like a Better Tent City, would simply add increased pressure, increased cost to our system and our ability to support people who are living unsheltered. The mechanism by which council asked us to evaluate new proposals by organizations was set forth by council, and the criteria that was used by staff. So there's no, we're not looking at cost-benefit analysis between organizations that are not in our funded system and in our funded system. We are trying our best to support those that came forward. Again, there was almost $9 million worth of requests that came forward. All of them on some level have merit. We also have no problem from a transparency perspective sharing with council in some form what all of that looks like, and sharing with the organizations that we are funding and not funding how those decisions got made. So I want to make clear that there's no suggestion by me or through my staff that we wouldn't be transparent with those organizations. Our friends at Better Tent City have asked for that opportunity. Staff have arranged for a time. That just hasn't happened yet.
But Mr. Sweeting, my question to you was, if a Better Tent City were to close tomorrow, where will those 50 residents go?
My presumption, Councillor Ivanovich, is that they would be on the street or be forced to find alternative either shelter through the formal system or through informal networks.
And so that exactly is my point and my concern, quite frankly. And this is where I think there is a issue with the criteria that that is in place. When I look at the fact that in 1 year, basically, we're spending $100,000 per person in terms of capital and operating at Herb Street, and I'm not begrudging that. I fully support it, and I still support that. And I look on the other end, we have spent $3,000 per person over 3 years, which is $1,000 per person a year, at a Better Tent City. I can't, in my view, in any moral, ethical perspective, from an equitable perspective, see a world where an organization that's already doing all sorts of, we're talking about philanthropic contributions, it's already doing a big chunk of that for us. I can't see a world where we wouldn't fund them, notwithstanding the criteria. And so, Mr. Chair, in that regard, I will be moving an amendment that reads that annual funding in the amount of $236,390 be included for a Better Tent City for community outreach and support services in 2024 and 2025, based on the existing interim housing being provided to more than 50 residents and the additional homelessness that will result if they were forced to close due to inadequate funding. And so I will be moving that at the appropriate time.
When the time comes, I would like to second that as well.
Okay, so we don't have the motion on the floor yet, so and we still have 5 speakers, and I'm going to try and bring this to not a close, but if we can maybe recognize the 2, 4, 6 speakers that we have then, and then first of all deal with the motion and then with the amendment.
Yeah, and I'm happy to move the rest of the motion as well, but I will be moving this amendment.
Okay. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just very quickly, I just wanted to note that I really appreciate the comment or the inclusion that you of the statistic with respect to the amount of people who experience homelessness, chronic homelessness, who also have a disability, like with brain injury. I think that's really important, and I think that's something, like, through that lens is it's a really important lens for us to think about this work in terms of when we start to think about root causes and how to possibly address some of those. So my question just is, are those, I'm assuming then that those communities like KW Rehabilitation and some of those various community groups, are they part of the collaborative and going to be part of the work going forward?
I don't have the full list of the co-creators table, Councillor McCabe, but yes, certainly there's no intention that regional staff in isolation would make recommendations on those. There's a term that has come forward. I spent a long time in healthcare, and we talked about comorbidity, but in this space, we talk about trimorbidity. And so that is the experience of chronic homelessness, the experience of some health condition, whether it be physical or mental, and the existence of an addiction. And based on the recent data that we have, at least 1 in 4 people experiencing chronic homelessness are dealing with all three.
Councillor Wolf, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Peter, for the report and showing us the plan and the great need. I have 2 questions. One is about the women's shelter for Cambridge. If we did find a location in the next couple of months, would we still be eligible for the funding?
So the way the current funding strategy has been laid out and being recommended for inclusion in the budget tomorrow, the operating, so for example, and if you haven't had a chance to read the report commissioned by the YW around the experience of women in homelessness in Cambridge in particular, I encourage you to read it. The funding would not be in the budget. So if and when we were able to work with the YW in Cambridge and others, I've met with the YW and Porchlight and Cambridge Shelter Corp. YW brought this forward, but this is a community response need in Cambridge. We would have to come back to say, collectively, a place has been found. This has merit. It would require an addition, an in-year contribution, if that came to be. We felt doing it that way was more fiscally prudent than adding it now, and not knowing whether it would take a month or 12 months or however long to find a place. The need is apparent, and staff support the development of the program.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is about the Cambridge Shelter Corporation, the request for $94,000. It's my understanding that the Cambridge shelter is one of our most effective shelters for housing clients, and also receives actually one of the least amount of funding from the region. So I was hoping, given the track record of how successful they are compared to other shelters of housing people, and since we are funding them less than those other shelters, if that we consider the $94,000 that they're asking for.
Sorry, is that a question for me or for council?
Well, I guess it was more of a statement, and maybe
Okay.
I'll also make an amendment.
Okay, thank you.
To the motion. Or whenever it's appropriate.
Is that what they asked for? Okay. Okay, is that it, Councillor Wolf? Yes. Yeah, okay. All right, now we're on to the second question. Councillor Hudeneck.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sweeney, for this excellent report and the work of you and the co-creator team. I'm really excited about the plan to end homelessness. I know it seems like a large price tag, but I actually think it's quite affordable when you consider all that we are getting with that money. And so I just have a question that I think is for Commissioner Dyer, because I'm nervous about the $3 million coming from the tax stabilization reserves. And so I'm wondering, theoretically, if we do that this year, would that give us time to advocate to the provincial or federal government for the $3 million or more that would not come out of the tax stabilization reserve in future years?
So through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, if the region were to be successful in its advocacy work and additional funding was made available by either the federal or provincial governments, then that would, again, depending on the amount, that would reduce or eliminate the need to actually transfer the funding from the tax stabilization reserve in 2024. I think from a longer term perspective, the idea is that to the extent that council wishes to fund the programs that are recommended by staff, that at some point relatively soon that needs to be funded from the levy. But of course, we would make the necessary adjustments to reflect any additional federal or provincial funding. I hope that answers the question.
Well, it does, kind of. I guess the underlying question is, how likely are we to be successful in advocating for that in only 1 year's time when we come back around this circle and do this again? But I don't know if you can speak to that.
I'm not sure I can speak to that.
Okay, a separate question, but also important and related. Peter, the report refers briefly to the supports provided in London, Ontario to the homeless population. I know that you and I heard an elaborate presentation about this while at AMO this past August. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate on what's similar, different, or better, if you feel so inclined.
I feel like I'm back in grad school with a compare and contrast exam question. I thank you, Councillor Hunick. I can't fully do justice to that exercise, but what I can tell you is, London is building out a model where there are a number of hubs throughout the city that are connected both with the housing stability system and the healthcare system. They went forward to their council just recently. There was a story, actually, I think it was on the National, about that. And we've been connecting with them to learn about what it is that they're doing, and they're asking us questions. And in fact, actually this week, there's a national symposium on homelessness that's occurring, and we have staff there. In fact, we've been invited to not only attend, but to speak on our experience at Herbs Road and share. So there is a lot of sharing going on. To my knowledge, there aren't communities that I know of that are putting their head in the sand and hoping that this all goes away. The degrees of investment, the degrees of commitment obviously varies, and we are always open to having conversation with our colleagues in other communities, even though I don't love their hockey team, about what they're doing and what we can learn from them.
Councillor Teichman.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if that's Montreal or Toronto. So, London. Okay, good. Yeah, I agree. Just wanted to mention too that obviously the criteria needs to be reviewed from time to time because it's something new, and with time and experience, there's going to be changes. Because I note, for example, in the Appendix A of the fee for service report, it talks about those proposals that actually meet the scoring criteria. Right, so they meet the scoring criteria, but they require, just 1 second, it just dropped off for me here, requires additional discussion. And I appreciate why you would need the additional discussion, because it says they require a location, significant and unknown capital funding support, and considerable time to become operational. And yet with Better Tent City, they have all of that. They have a location, they're operational, they have capital funding. So the issue then is, how is it that they don't meet the criteria? So I think that is an interesting dilemma that just sort of popped to my mind. I think, Commissioner Sweeney, I appreciate the idea of a permanent shelter location, as you suggest, because the constant moving is difficult. I mean, you talk to some of the people that are being moved from camp location to location, and it is traumatic, and I've had some of those discussions recently. But I think the other thing, too, is King Street Shelter, I've had a lot of ongoing engagement with respect to the external part of that shelter, okay, with the neighbors and the issues there. And I think we have a lot of work to do as a region to improve how things are facilitated outside of that facility. I'm not commenting on the operation of the facility itself, okay? I'm commenting on what we're not doing to facilitate better engagement of that facility with the community. And I think any part of a plan for chronic homelessness that considers this issue or considers shelters needs to do a better job of that, and the region needs to do a better job in that area. And I know too, I wasn't sure if there was a current pit count that was done. And if we're talking about a plan for homelessness, we got to know what we're dealing with here. And I appreciate it's difficult to determine, but I'm hoping that a current pit count is going to be part of this April discussion. So the issue then I just wanted to question about was this. There's a discussion about, the system stabilization investments account, which is 2.4 million, is a fund with unknown criteria at this time. There's no criteria established, and this is the fund that was suggested possibly that Better Tent City could look at as a fund to move to. But my concern is that just like we've established a criteria in the fees for service, we may establish criteria and suddenly they're told they don't meet that criteria and then would not be because there's no guarantee. And that's am I correct that there's no criteria set for that fund at this particular time?
The utilization of those funds and the criteria of how those decisions we made has not been set. What we're committing to is to do that work with the co-creators table and community partners.
Okay, so I just thank you for that. And then just to wrap up, I hope I just get your comments about my concern about the external relationship of any shelter to the neighborhood community and what you're looking at with respect to that.
Yeah, I agree. I hear you, and I know you've been supportive and active in those conversations, and I don't disagree. And I think having a place that is long-term, potentially, maybe not, hopefully not permanent, but long-term, that we can do a really good job of site selection, community engagement, neighborhood engagement, is going to be really important. And I agree, we're the service system managers. We have a responsibility. There's a meeting tonight of many stakeholders. Regional staff will be there. We've learned some things along the way, and there's always ways to get better, so that we can provide a really good service to people who need it in the most least disruptive way possible for the neighborhoods that are surrounding, because it is disruptive.
Yeah, as the neighbors say, it's respectful coexistence, and I think that's what everyone's trying to achieve. Thank you.
Sorry, I prematurely put my name in the queue to speak on the next report, so I'll just wait for that.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Erb. I actually wanted to talk to the motion. I don't know if Councillor Bravanovich as a seconder is going to put it forward. I was thinking very much along the same lines as Councillor Deutschman. When I look at the number of people and the merit of the people that, the organizations that didn't meet the criteria, yes, a Better Tent City is on it, and I think we've all agreed that they do great work, but I see Aqua, Cambridge Shelter Corporation, as Councillor Wolf has already talked about, One Roof, Sanguine. There's 2 proposals, 3 from them, Thresholds, Underhill Residents, and OIWKW. They all do great work. There obviously is a finite amount of money to distribute, and I would suggest that if council who set this criteria and asked staff to go away and measure these proposals from now is questioning the outcome, then maybe we should review the criteria. I have a problem just adding one of these very meritorious groups because they didn't meet the criteria. So again, there are other pots of money, and I would hope that a Better Tent City is eligible for those when the community table decides what those criteria are. But at this point in time, I think it's premature just to add one group off this list.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo what Chair Redmond has said. I have trouble supporting this motion, in particular since we don't know why people on this list did not qualify. And there are reasons, and I'm kind of confused as to why we weren't informed of them, knowing we would be asking the questions because delegates would be here on this issue today. I prefer that motion be deferred so that we can have a better understanding, because it seems to me there could be multiple reasons, and maybe we do need to set up some extra money somewhere else aside from this particular fund and the criteria for it. So I prefer deferral rather than have to vote against this motion today. So I'm wondering if that could be supported.
I agree with Councillor Liggett.
Mr. Sweeney?
If council so directs staff to come back prior to the final budget day on December 13th with an overview of the both the criteria and the scoring, I'm happy to take that back to staff and see what we could bring forward in a timely manner if that helps folks make different decisions or helps folks make decisions.
Do we need unanimous direction on this?
So I'm just trying to understand what you're suggesting the deferral be. We don't even have the main motion on the floor yet, moved and seconded. Your deferral is referring to the main motion or to the amendment?
To the amendment so that staff can come back to us.
Let's get the main motion on the floor first if we could, if that for procedure, if everybody would. Okay, so moved by Councillor Foxton. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. So you've moved the main motion. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did. And just from a point of order on the issue of a deferral, I mean, I think these issues are intertwined. And so I would, if there's going to be a deferral, I think the deferral needs to be to the whole issue, and it needs to come back to us ahead of, not budget day, but in fact, to council in 2 weeks.
Okay, help me here, but we have a motion. Okay, so on the main motion, it's been moved by Councillor Vanovic, seconded by Councillor Salonen, correct? Okay. So if we should vote on that first and then, or, unless we want a deferral. And if we want a deferral, we need a motion to defer, moved by Councillor Vanovic, seconded again by Councillor Salonen.
Mr. Chair, I did earlier also indicate that I was moving an amendment that, and Councillor Hooning said that she was going to second it. I would now like to, based on that, I would like to move a deferral for both items to council on the 22nd.
Seconded by Councillor Salonen. Okay.
Point of order.
We're taking a 5-minute recess. Okay, thank you, everyone, for your indulgence. The plan, or I guess it's not the plan to end homelessness, the plan for procedure here, just so we're clear, that we have a motion to defer the staff recommendation for 7.11 to the Budget Committee meeting on November the 22nd of 23. So we need a mover for that, and moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Vannebeck. And then any amendments that we would want to deal with, we would deal with the at the budget meeting on November the 22nd. So is there, you want to use your e-scribe if it's still up to...
Just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
You said November 22nd, or is it December 13th? What is the, which?
I think it's November 22nd. It's a budget committee meeting.
Oh, what was December 4th then for amendments and stuff?
That's different. That's a deadline. That's different.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
So by deferring this, does that mean that the 9 organizations who are on this list who are being recommended to receive funding would not get their answer today and would be forced to wait another, 2-3 weeks?
Correct. To add to that, the organizations that met the criteria, we've communicated with them simply that we are moving them forward as a budget recommendation, and that final decisions lie with council, and final budget is on December the 14th. The intention is that these funds would not flow until next year. So all of them are aware that this is all subject to your collective decision-making authority and the final budget on December the 14th. Does that help?
It does. I just think it's not a very fair process to them, but thank you.
Okay, so we need a vote on the referral. We're just doing 7.11 now.
So my computer is with IT, but I'm in favor of the deferral.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett, Councillor Leggett, I don't think you voted yet. You have.
Mine hasn't loaded, so I'm in favor of deferring this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's carried. So we still not, we haven't dealt with 7.1.2, and my suggestion is going to be that we have a hard stop at 12 o'clock. We also have to deal with a solicitor who is online and cannot wait any longer for the intended closed meeting that we were going to have following community health and services, which we haven't finished yet. So do we need a motion to go into? So what we're going to deal with is the motion to go into closed, and then we would come back after that meeting and our lunch break and continue with the agenda and deal with 7.1.2. Where is that here? Yeah. So could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Moved by Councillor Liggett, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Can you use your e-scribe to vote for that, please? That's carried. Yeah, so down to the Waterloo County room, and I realize some of you are here waiting for other agenda items. I apologize. However, we need to deal with some of these other issues before we can come back into open.
I'd like to ask for a motion to reconvene our committee. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor James. All in favor? Or, I'm sorry, use e-scribe. God, are we still in? Mine hasn't come up, but I'm in favor. Mine's not come up. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 7.1.2. And I just want to remind committee members that we, and not trying to speed up the conversation by any means or cut it short, but we have had people waiting 2 hours as delegates for planning and public works. And so just to keep that in mind. Mr. Sweeney made a presentation on 7.12. And this would be the time now for council to ask any questions of that report. And just take a second for everybody to get their bearings. Okay, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be honest, I really struggled reading through this one in that I was really hopeful we would have the plan to end chronic homelessness, and certainly looking at an ask of $1 million and not really knowing what deliverables that is. I really feel like council's been put in a really awkward position because we need to obviously help support those in our region who experience homelessness, but also I don't really understand where this $11 million is going and how it's going to acquire that. But I will focus specifically on the Herbs Road and looking at building a second hybrid encampment. So as we know, Herbs Road has 2 years to operate based off of building code limitations on the servicing. And so updated from the report we heard this morning that in 6 months we've moved 6 people through. So in 2 years, if you continue at that pace, we're looking at 24 people out of the 50 who have been moved on somewhere in housing. It's also been identified, I think, pretty clearly this morning that we are also lacking places for people to move on to. And also we established, I know through Mayor Verbanovich's questioning, that over 2.8 million on capital and 2.1 million on operating. I really struggle with this one because I asked what are the key performance indicators when we first got elected in, and I found out that this was happening in Wilmot. And I was told success looks different to everyone. Not that I don't disagree that success looks different to everyone, but now as I'm looking through this report, I don't see this as a success. I see that, yes, it is wonderful we have made differences in these people's lives and the quality of life. However, what have we actually given them in terms of long-term stability? Because again, in 18 months, those are not going to be there. And at this rate, we will have 26 unhoused people that we will then be uprooting yet again to put somewhere else into the system. So I really can't support right now, not knowing where this plan is, putting $11 million onto our tax levy, especially after Commissioner Dyer mentioned that this is not what property taxes are meant for. But further, I cannot support us going ahead with a second hybrid managed encampment when we haven't even identified and agreed upon what are factors of success in this. And to me, it would be moving people through the system, of which 6 people in 6 months isn't really that great when we have 50 people in 2 years to move through. So could you perhaps speak to that and maybe give advice to council on how, without having this actual plan, we're supposed to jump into $11 million and not really know where that's going?
Sure. There's a few things, excuse me. A few things in there, Councillor Salonen, I can address, maybe not in the exact order. But your opening comment was around the specifics of the plan. The hope that it would have been the fulsome plan coming forward, and I hope my comments at the podium gave some perspective in terms of why that's not the case and why there's still some work to do. And even going back to back in September when the key findings report came through and one of our co-creators and partners talked about, we're not there yet. But I will say, in terms of the budget, my view on this is, in my role here, is that with the exception of the system stabilization investments of $2.4 million, which I've referred to a number of times today alone, everything else that we're putting forward is very specific, is very tangible, and will be put forward as action items as soon as possible in early 2024. There's specific funding for the hybrid shelter. If council wishes us to go down that direction, that work would start right away. I talked about the rent supplements, which is the largest portion of this. That's an immediate infusion of 150 rent supplements for supportive housing. So if I guess I'm looking for further clarity from you in terms of what you're not seeing, because from our perspective and staff putting this forward, the only part that is not specifically tangible right now is that line item at $2.4 million. So I'm not sure what your question is or where we're crossing wires on that one.
I guess I'm not seeing how this is ending chronic homelessness. I'm seeing us investing money, but I'm not seeing what are the deliverables then that we're anticipating. So when we come next year to go look at all the great things your department has done, which you do fantastic work, I'm confused how we're supposed to then go, was that a good investment of $11 million? That's where I was hoping the plan would bridge that gap.
Certainly, and I can appreciate that, and that is the commitment that I made here earlier for staff and the co-creators to come back with a more fulsome plan by April 30th of next year, because there are conversations. And if we were to bring forward my view, and most of our co-creators are no longer here, but I think I can speak confidently on their behalf, if we were to bring forward a plan that looked like this and said, this is the plan, many of our partners who have embraced the idea of in and for community would say, and it's missing a whole bunch of things that we haven't even talked about and haven't put forward a plan. So what we do know is through our conversations, for example, any plan to end chronic homelessness has to have a significant investment, we know from research and we know from communities around the world, in portable rent supplements. So why would we wait until April, is our view, to start on some of that work? The work that we're putting forward now is the work that we know directionally we know needs to be part of any plan to end chronic homelessness. I have resisted, and I will continue to resist, putting a line in the sand in terms of at what point will we see an end to functional chronic homelessness in this community. I can tell you, for me, it should be yesterday, and I think most people would agree with that, but that has to come from that co-creator group, and the measure of success will be if we put a line in the sand and say this plan is intended to achieve the end of chronic homelessness, that is homelessness that lasts 3 months or longer within X number of years, that is what we should be held accountable to, and that's how we should measure success. So I appreciate that this is not that yet, and that is because there is more work to do and more conversations to have. If this was a plan that was fully developed, and I say potentially a more traditional, maybe even, dare I say, bureaucratic approach with a group of staff putting this forward, we would have something for you today. I would also be very confident to say it would be less fulsome and less realistic and less practical. We chose a different path to engage with the community in a very different way. So it's taking a bit longer.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Erb. I just have a question about the operating budget. It kind of maybe goes back a little bit, but it's in this report, so I'll pull it up. In terms of these numbers that are presented here, are these the numbers that the organizations came to your team with? Is there flexibility for these numbers in terms of if council wanted to decide to allocate different funding?
So it depends, and let me give you an example. So the fee for service, I know we're not talking about that report, but it's a very specific example. The fee for service recommendations are the simple math of the asks from the organization that passed the criteria. So that's the number. Other ones are functions of equations. So we have chosen 150 rent supplements. What I've learned is, rent supplements take time to get out into the community, or particularly if you're aiming to target equity deserving individuals and organizations. And so so it takes work. So we've picked 150 as a target that we feel is achievable and reachable in 2024 if we start right away, and then we just do the math on that. The contribution to capital reserves, that's a function of what we think we're trying to do from a capital perspective. And then other specific ones would be perhaps less scientific. So for example, the system stabilization, the 2.4 was really a function of a percentage of the total. It didn't really come out to a round number. And then the other thing to ensure that you're also aware of is, we recognize this is going to take work. And so we've also included some resources to ensure that we have the implementation capacity to deliver. So it's not as simple as, they weren't all sort of picked out of the sky for sure. Some of them are just mere equations and functions, and others are based on what we've been told would be reasonable depending on the line item. So if you have a specific question about a specific line item, I can answer that question, but it's not applicable to all.
So where I'm going with this is because there's been very little engagement with organizations with equity-seeking groups. So this number that we have here is that organizations who, met the criteria, who claim there were partnerships with, there's a variable there that I think, there's a big unknown. So, and even as I look through the plan to end chronic homelessness, and I recognize it's not the full plan. It's a work in progress, and there is a process here. But there are some elements that are critical. And coming back to the ask that we have of our residents to help supplement this, my ask was about if there's any opportunities to include some of potential funding, especially we haven't heard from certain groups. So I'm conscious of that. There's a big unknown, because when it comes to chronic homelessness within equity-seeking groups, it is very hidden. And to really identify that, yes, it's going to take a lot of work. But again, there's just an unknown there. And I think throughout this report, you've also mentioned somewhere about refugees and asylum seekers, recognizing that, part of this is a federal issue, but the impact here with chronic homelessness and even partnerships within, I don't see that recognized throughout here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vanovic, and just again, in the interest of time, I'm trying to see if we can keep the editorializing to a minimum and push the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sweeney, in looking at this report, what's the total number of new staff positions that are being contemplated in all aspects of this report?
So through you, Chair, there are no allocations for specific FTEs for this work. That doesn't mean that we're not going to need people and potentially net new staff to pull this off. What we haven't calculated yet is what that actually looks like yet. We've made a implementation allocation to the budget to potentially fund any new work. And if it does require new FTEs, we would be able to make that determination in the future. So I can't sit here to tell you today that this is going to take X number of FTEs versus Y number of FTEs, knowing that it will take people, but we haven't put anything in the budget specifically on FTEs, just an implementation allocation across.
So the FTEs that are referenced in tomorrow's budget presentation are for other aspects of housing, not any of this?
Correct. My hope was that today would obviously be spent the majority of time, in fact, all the time, on the housing stability and the homelessness side of the portfolio. Tomorrow in our budget report, this will come forward again, but I won't be spending as much time on it. We're going to be focusing on the housing side of the portfolio. Those 4 FTEs that are in the service expansion for tomorrow that you will consider are specifically related to work that's happening at Waterloo Regional Housing and supporting tenants in those units and are not part of this.
Okay, and to be clear, on the financial analysis here, there's 11 million being identified this year, which, as staff had indicated earlier, was about 1.6%. And then there's 19 million being, so it's 11 plus 19, it's not 11 to 19, correct?
So through the chair, it's from 11 to 19. So 11 million in 2024 and an incremental 8 million in 2025 to total 19.
Okay, so it's about 1.6% this year, another 1.1% roughly next year.
Roughly.
Yeah, okay. And the last question I have is, obviously there's a difference between the housing units that have been part of the A Better Tent City model versus the ones on Herb Street. And there's also operational differences between the two. Have we contemplated an alternative that perhaps is somewhere in between the two? Something that's maybe a little more affordable so that it can provide more impact for more people?
So not to be to put too much of the cart before the horse in terms of the work, the budget that we've put forward was based on what we learned at Herbs Road, specifically related to that site and specifically related to the operating agreement we have with the current operator. Should we go ahead and move forward with this, we'll create the opportunities to look at from a capital perspective, are there other opportunities, other design elements, things like that could be more cost effective? And certainly, is there an operating model that would also, look a little bit different? That would require further due diligence, knowledge of a site, and the ability to enter into a conversation with a potential operator to identify what those are. So, in other words, we've used our past learnings to inform the budget ask. There will always be an opportunity, as we go through this, if we go down this path, to continue to learn on how what Herbs Road is teaching us, both from a programming perspective, but also from a fiscal perspective.
Okay, and the last question I have, and this was something that Councillor Deutschman referenced earlier today, which was the pit count. Can you remind us when the last pit count was and when the next one will be?
Sure. My understanding is it's a national initiative. I believe the last one was 2021 and the next one is next year. So part of one of the conversations we're having at the co-creators table is there value and how would we actually go about doing that and doing our own outside of the national work. But I believe it's next fall. I believe it's every 3 years, 3 or 4 years. I can confirm that.
Yeah.
My staff who know better are just not here today.
If you can get back to us, because my understanding was it should be more often, and that hasn't been happening here. And so I just want to clearly understand is there a legal mandate? And then, what's the cost of it, and operationally, do we have the option of doing it more often?
Yeah, fair enough. Again, my understanding is it's a federal initiative. The other thing to just to remind all of council, we do have our own local database called HIFIS, which captures in real time the number of people accessing the housing stability system. Of course, it has its drawbacks where it doesn't capture everybody, but I don't know for sure, but I assume even the pit count has its drawbacks. So it's not like we're operating completely in the dark in terms of the number of people that we're serving. But I can certainly circle back to you when we come back next.
Okay, and are we still, last question is, are we still getting the regular updates on the shelters? Because I don't seem to have been getting them lately, and I see others saying they're not getting them either.
We had one in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Okay,
yeah, you should.
Because I haven't seen one in a while.
Yeah, I'm being told the pit count is indeed federal. It's every 3 years. It got derailed with COVID. So there is another one, a federal one in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I recognize that $11.1 million is a huge pill to swallow, and in that I mean to employ the Cam Guthrie's term about the provincial implications of not funding. But I worry that if we don't do this, then come 2 years from now, we'll have many more than 26 people that are yet unhoused. And just want to put that perspective out there. Thanks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, and I totally agree with Chantal on that. The other question I wanted to get back was one of Councillor Solinen's comments on the Herb Street. So do we have a plan, because it is supposed to be shut down now in a year and a half, I guess? So is there a plan on doing a second one plus taking care of the ones in the first one?
So the original intent of Herbs Road was indeed it was an interim provision for 2 years. We have not turned our attention to what a wind down might look like there. So I need to come back to council with that information. And that notwithstanding, we're seeing the potential needs in staff's view is that what we feel we're learning and the impact we feel we're having is worthy of consideration for another one somewhere across Waterloo region. And in fact, when we first started this conversation, we said publicly, and there's been comments all around that, one is probably not enough. And so we're putting that forward as we committed to do. We've been asked to do by a few folks, and it is certainly a staff belief that this has merit. And yes, it's still early days and there's still lots to learn, and acknowledge that. But we do believe it's an additional, as we positioned it when we first brought this forward. It was an additional new tool in our toolkit. And as you can see by the evaluation, that over half of those folks would not have access to our traditional shelter system. And so, on that number alone, there's 25 people who are accessing something they feel is safer than an outdoor encampment, especially when they won't access traditional shelter.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand where Councillor Salonen is coming from, and I agree with her as well. And Councillor Foxton, follow up on her question to you. A year and a half, right? We're looking at now adding more and not even closing that one. And it seems to me we're just getting further and further and further into this pit. And we all carry that weight because we have a responsibility to the people in our community. And I think every single one of us around this horseshoe feels that weight tremendously. We're not going to meet the goal of the one on Herb Street, the timing of it. Do you foresee ever being able to get out of this, to get housing for people, whether it be supportive or whatever? Because I'm not seeing it, and I'm seeing 11 million this year, 19 million next year. We're probably going to be in a couple of years up to 30 million. So where do you even see this ending anywhere? Or at least going backwards?
So I guess my initial response is that I'm here today, not only in my professional capacity in this role and the privilege of sitting in this chair, but also representing the staff team and the community. And there is a collective desire and a collective will to have a plan in this community that's goal is to end chronic homelessness, to have zero functional chronic homelessness in this community. I wouldn't be up here today if I didn't think we could get there. And yet we're in a position where the roadmap is yet to be fully determined and fully clear. In terms of the financial investment that this is under consideration for all of you, I don't take that lightly. This council asked us to develop in the community a plan to develop chronic homelessness or to end chronic homelessness and to give us that roadmap, and that's what we're doing. And we're coming back in a few months to give you that full picture. I believe that we have to continue to do something, and I think we have to continue to say that people living and sleeping in tents in this community is not the community we want. That's my personal view. The question around the metering of those resources and where they fall is, in my view, something that this council has to continue to wrestle with in terms of how do these investments get funded. And we've said all along, one level of government is not and cannot be fully responsible for all of this work. But right now, in the moment, this is where we're at, and this is what we feel is necessary if we want to stand a chance to get to the community that I think we all want, where, as our strategic plan mentions, we're growing with care and there's a home for everybody.
Follow up, please. So the answer is no. I'm going to assume we don't see any end. And I think when we call it the plan to end chronic homelessness, I think that term is wrong, because I don't think we're ever going to see an end to that with the population we have and all of the mental health and addictions problems we have and the lack of funding from other levels of government. All I see is this part of our budget increasing more and more and more every year, and that depresses me. Thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate all the aspects of the report, and obviously what's bothering all of us are the funding requirements that come with it and what will be happening in the future. And of course, we're wholly unfunded to deal with these kind of issues. And again, I come back, and I've said it before, and I won't labor on, but we really have an opportunity in early next year to talk to our MPs and MPPs. And this is the time to really drive it home and hopefully get them all in here to understand what we're going through. My question I come back to originally, Mr. Chairman, was to Mr. Dyer regarding the 1.6 and where are we in terms of the budget right now?
So through the chair, the current status of our 2024 budget, inclusive of the service expansions that are recommended by staff and including the police budget as it currently stands, is an overall tax impact of 6.7%.
6.7.
6.7%. The inclusion of the plan to end chronic homelessness as recommended by staff would take the 6.7% to 8.3%.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I think it's we need to be cognizant as we move along, because obviously there's going to be more additions to the budget. And there are recommendations to, as an example, the food bank, which I agree with, will be added to the budget if it's council approves it. And we need to be aware of what the impact is as we go along. And I want to be updated as we go along too. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair Redden.
8-3.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the comments of colleagues around the horseshoe really recognizes what a daunting task this is. And to Councillor Leggett, I would say I think ending chronic homelessness may be aspirational at this point, but if any community can do it, we can, but it won't be alone. I would really like to commend the table of co-creators, because this council has heard from many people in the community that asked for people with lived experience and with an all-of-community response. And I think we're demonstrating that that's what this looks like. think there are certainties, and I think Councillor Salinan talked about some of them that I look forward to seeing demonstrated. I actually put my name in the queue, though, because I've spent a lot of time last week, this week, and probably next week hanging out with veterans, as many of us do, because it's National Veterans Week. And I'm wondering at that co-creators table if there is a special acknowledgement and attention given to homeless veterans. It was raised a couple times with me, and I said that I would raise it here, so I am.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I'm sorry I don't have specifics, and my staff colleagues who are at that table more often would be able to speak to it from the podium if they were here, but I can assure you, and we can bring you back specifics, that the issue related to veterans and homelessness is significant across this country and in this community, and there are very specific conversations happening at that table, in those tables, to address just that. That's another example of one of those items that has been raised that maybe isn't necessarily something we would think top of mind, but it's raised because people are seeing it in the community, and it is, we need to find a way to address that. And so that is, again, yet another example of why this work needs to be, why this work is not done yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this plan and this report. It's ambitious, and I think the result is something we all want here. And I think, unfortunately, if we're going to get there, we have to commit this much money. And I think it's important that we do it. I have a question about the hybrid shelter. While we're waiting to get a second one, and I'm hoping the second one would be in Cambridge, have we thought of allowing a sort of an authorized tent site? And while we're waiting to do this, because right now there is a problem with us constantly moving people who are camping from one site to another. And that creates problems with outreach workers. It creates problems for who are in the encampments, et cetera. And when they're allowed to stay in one place, they actually put insulation. They can make their encampment more viable for the weather, et cetera. And I'm not saying it's a good place for people to live, but in terms of using money wisely, like we can take a person from a tent to a house more directly. And as a region, what we'd most probably have to provide is, the porta potties and garbage pickup. And so I was just curious if we'd actually thought that maybe we could authorize an encampment, and I'm thinking of Cambridge, where we're not constantly moving and chasing people out until we actually have a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. I'll address that in a couple of ways if I could. There is no specific recommendation in this report at this time for work like that. We do know that there are other communities across the province, across the country that are experimenting. Closest is obviously Hamilton, as I'm sure many of you are aware. My view, having been in this role for a year and a half now, would be that would likely, from a very practical perspective, require a collaborative conversation with our area municipality partners, just given the reality of where we know people often choose to set up encampments like that. This final thing I will say is it is a topic of conversation at the co-creators table, and it's a very specific topic of conversation, as you might imagine, in our prototyping dialogue with those with lived expertise. So there's nothing in that right now. I think there would be need to be some consideration and some direction from multiple levels of municipal government in order for that to come forward as a practical solution.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Chair. I was just wondering, because we've been talking a lot about the interim solutions, and then obviously we're looking forward to more permanent solutions where we have units for people, and I know that they're quite expensive to build. So I was just wondering what the current dollar value would be per unit that we designate for building housing, like subsidized.
Sorry, Councilor Williams, are you specifically referring to the Building Better Futures and the 2,500 new units that we're at, net new units that we're adding? Is that?
Sort of. I'm trying to just in my mind kind of compare the cost of trying to get like the interim solution up versus the cost of the actual, like how much it would cost for us to build units for, 1,200 people. Because I know it'll be a significant cost. So I just think it would be nice for the public to kind of know what those costs would be versus our temporary solutions.
Sir, okay, thank you. I don't think I can give you a really detailed answer on that. There are many variables that go into just, the fact that we have new units coming on in the next couple of years, very significant capital investments. The cost structures are in some cases similar, in some cases different, depending on the site. And, investments that we make look different across the community. So I don't think we have something that looks exactly what you're asking for, but if you can allow me to circle back with staff and maybe we can talk about how we might be able to show some of those investments and the comparisons that might be helpful for you and others. Is that fair for now?
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, we're now getting into the second round of questions, and I just want to remind committee again, we have delegates that have been waiting for 3 hours, and this, if we move this recommendation today and approve it, it will be referred to the strategic budget session again tomorrow for conversation. But Councilor Urbanovic?
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I was actually prepared to move it, and that's why I had queued in. The only thing I would ask in moving it on item E, which is direct staff to work with community to develop a suite of policy incentives supporting the creation of new affordable housing and so on, is that after community, we put a comma and add including area municipalities. As area municipalities obviously have a significant role in terms of as the planning authority and so on, and are playing a role in this, and also are eligible at times for funding that the region's not eligible for. So.
Yeah, I 100% agree. How that gets reflected in the minutes, I will leave to clerk and council.
In making the motion, I've added those 3 words into the motion, because the motion is council's motion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Foxton.
Just really briefly, to do with Veterans Affairs and homelessness and veterans, there's a group out there that are veterans that go around trying to find those missing links. If I remember their name, has anybody else here? I met with them a year or so ago. If any of us can remember the name, maybe we can give that to Peter and he can try and work with them.
Yeah, I know we are connected with a somewhat formal organization. It may be that one as well. In fact, actually, Chair Erb and I were at a meeting when they were talking about it. And yeah, I will make sure that we circle back. But it is a specific focus.
Thank you.
Yep.
This is more a point of process just on what you commented. So if this goes through today, it's being referred to committee tomorrow. And then, so it means that it's not officially been added to budget, or if it gets passed today, it's officially been added to budget and it is technically enactable?
My understanding, just procedurally, it still needs to be, it's been referred to budget, but it still needs to be officially approved.
Okay, so if there will be more discussion, I will hold my comments for tomorrow then.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor, use your e-scribe buttons, please. That is carried. Sorry.
We are now at item number 8, council committee tracking list. That has been received for information. Is there any other business? Next meeting is on December the 5th, and so we don't have to have a motion now to go into close because we did that. We need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Schatz. Use your e-scribe buttons to indicate your pleasure. Pardon? Your mic's not on.
Just looking at the counselors one, the counselors committee tracking, the intimate part list was supposed to come back in the fall. Do we have any idea when that's coming back?
Through you, Chair, I can answer the counselor's question. So it was actually recently endorsed at a steering committee meeting, and so we'll bring an update to council next time we do the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan report.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.